So, what are your characters doing kind of the night? What are you doing once you finally get to, I guess? First of all, you're obviously going to have to fill out some reports, but I think your police department's going to understand that you will likely require time off after this. Like, there are people, I would say, surveying the Golgotha pit, the pit of Golgotha, that was opened up. There are plenty of, I'll say, eyewitness accounts and definitely footage taken from the scene of people recording on their phones. Um, I would say you probably received word very early that the reason there was interference was a combination of like a small minor field that was being projected from some kind of black box device somewhere in the Golgotha area, and a level of electromagnetic interference in that specific area that they are like saying is close but not quite to a solar flare event. Just a huge, uh, with there are people, probably like more of their technical people at the police station, combined with some of the environmental agencies in Guam, determined it was a series of electromagnetic burst signals that were occurring somewhere in that Golgotha area. And they also think it was probably related to the earthquake phenomena that was being experienced locally as well. There were no other earthquakes being registered or recorded anywhere else on the island, just there. So you've basically, with the combination of natural environmental disaster, strange kind of, I would say, electronic phenomena, um, and they are still trying to process people that were rounded up during the riots. That's what they're officially calling them now. So they're still kind of like processing. There's a lot of people. Like, the case files will probably be easily triple digit in terms of people they have to bring in. Anyone that was there personally seen causing any kind of destruction there at the Golgotha tenements. Um, it's your station is currently like overwhelmed, I would say.
Entrenched.
Yeah, there's a lot that they have to go through, like paperwork wise. They don't even know how to work with the government here on the disappearance of the Golgotha tenements and the opening of this pit. What kind of forms they need to fill out for this? This shit is pretty much unprecedented. They don't know what to do about it, but everybody is trying basically, and it's still within the first 24 hours, so you can't really expect a whole ton, other than the central government of Guam has assured Stella Maurice's representatives that there will be like federal aid and disaster aid provided for them. So, all right, let's drag out your tokens here. We can decide what it is that you're doing in the follow up from Judgment Night. Okay, first to go to, we'll just go in order. So we'll go in a order, I suppose. Claudia, the event has left you with a damaged throat. All of you will be needing very serious medical care for once, instead of just them just patching you up with basically, sometimes it feels like industrial supplies and then sending you back out because your bodies can take that. They're taking a little bit more care now because of the strange phenomena of the Golgotha pit. They even have people out there trying to determine how much radiation is leaking out of this thing. So until they know more, they are giving you guys actual medical care this time, and like insisting, as per the terms of your employment, that you do take sick days. You're still expected to handle the court case that you are involved in as witnesses, and as you are just kind of legally attached to it. But otherwise, you're all being ordered, I'd say, about a week off of the job.
Oh damn, a whole week.
Honestly, if you were humans, it would probably be several months, but because you can recover more quickly, they are giving you the week, yeah.
Damn guys, our first vacay.
Technically, I think so, actually. Unless you count going to Japan, that was kind of a vacay.
Yeah, that's true.
Streets. Okay, so yes, Detective Cornell. After being given medical care, they're also going to probably schedule you for an emergency surgery, but they won't be able to fly someone in that's an expert in this sort of thing until the next day. So until then, the doctors responsible at the Sisters of Mercy Hospital for seeing some of the cops who were involved in the Golgotha incident have likely given you a series of drugs, and you have to, if you want to follow their medical advice, you will not be able to speak more than a whisper kind of level of volume until they can actually get you seen by a professional who's a specialist in this area.
Okay.
After they discharge you, because I mean, even though you're probably really beat the fuck up, you're resilient. You're hardy enough to walk out and even drive home if you want. Where does Detective Cornell? What does she do?
I imagine she's probably going to just plan out a couple of the coming days to find a nice spot to actually meditate in, somewhere in the ocean this time.
All right. So your plan is to just have a nice, relaxing spa kind of. There's actually, because you live in Guam, and there is a sizable merman population, there are probably floating spas you can visit.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, like islands, essentially artificial islands that are meant for mermen, that have like special mermen kind of services. Really deep cleansing scrubs, for example, that would probably just take the skin right off a human. Parasite picking, that sort of, special molting treatments,
Mikey, since he has been turned into nothing but a goop, do we bring him in like a jar, and then they like just keep putting like different plants in the jar until he feels better? Like,
oh, like the treatment that he gets.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, we can kind of.
I just thought it was cute.
Just zoom over to Mikey. What are Detective De La Cruz's plans after his?
Sorry.
His discharge is not probably going to be simple.
Yeah, I was gonna say recompose myself and then just relax. Try and find anything to relax. Probably go out. I don't know. I every time I seem to go out into the woods or anything like that, I run into something or just more of the green. So maybe just do that. Just go walk into the woods and do some forest breathing.
I'm going to say, to help you to recoup at the Sisters of Mercy Hospital, they probably had like a shit ton of grow lamps that they put you under with, in a pool of water. So they gave you the hydroponic treatment with like appropriate minerals loaded into the water. So allowing you to recompose probably at an accelerated rate. For you in particular, I would say you had your whole body shredded to pieces. So while you may have high molecular control, I'm sure you probably have, that thing from the Deadpool movie where he had all baby flesh, kind of. When he was regenerate. Yeah, you probably have that. I mean, you're not like little baby limbed, but you probably have all of the most sensitive, uncalloused, the freshest, greenest plant life kind of.
Yeah, I think I joked at the end of the last episode that he was starting to form back, but it was mostly just as a slug. Like he just had, eye stalks, and the goop was kind of making a slug-like body, and then it was gonna just kind of grow out from that. Just really, he's at his basest form.
All right, you go. So, in your time, you're going to, I guess, take some soothing walks through the forest and reconnect with nature a little. It seems like.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your plan for the week, more or less?
Yeah, and then just see how everybody else is doing. Make sure we don't, I don't know, get attacked again.
Right. So we can, I guess, then Enya. What are you going to be? What are Detective Orinoco's plans for her week off?
So, I would imagine she would need to go through green crack rehab, maybe.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to get some emergency detox services from the Sisters of Mercy Hospital. They've probably seen cases like this and have a protocol. This is gonna be extremely. Give me a durability roll. Actually, we'll see how you do. A 2. It's extremely difficult, I would say, for you. It's not that it's withdrawal necessarily. Withdrawal, yes, sort of, but it's more than just any exposure to green crack causes some pretty harsh consequences for the body. And the higher your molecular control is, the more acutely aware of that you are. If you could imagine, like someone who just was dosed with a ton of heroin, being able to, if they wanted, feel each cell as it is killed by the poison, or certain chemicals, processes that are being enhanced by the drug. Like, you are someone with a molecular control of 4, you can most definitely feel that happening. Whether or not that's a good or a bad thing, I suppose, is entirely up to you. But because you are feeling all of that, it's like really, it causes your body to feel, I would say, raw. Like, you feel like you don't have an armor over yourself like you normally do. Pain is really pain and all that.
She did shut off like a lot of her shell, so just really raw, I guess. Obviously because she's also growing parts back. She, Enya, she probably is just playing video games to kill time. That's all I can think she would do.
All right. That's fine. And then finally, Ice Peak. What do you want to do with your week off?
Well, I probably contact Rivers, tell them that I'm currently in the body of Helena and that she may need specialized jail because she's a stand user, but also I would maybe like to try alchemizing with her stand, which was just like standing there last.
Yeah, her stand is actually, you'd have to get over the pit of Golgotha.
Is it over the pit of Golgotha?
It's floating right above the center.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just there, frozen pretty much.
I'm tempted to try to alchemize it. However, I may need to recover before that.
You need to recover, and you need to make contact with the stand, which I guess is you could do. But what does Ice Peak know about alchemy?
I've been vaguely introduced to it, but I know that Rivers has an alchemist, so that's why I mentioned that first.
Okay.
But it has been mentioned from Leroy before that he was master of alchemy and all that.
I would say Dr. Holmes would, if you mention alchemizing something, he probably would advise you against that. They don't really understand your stands. Like, they know your stands are not like other stands, so they're not sure what happens if you do alchemize something, basically.
Okay.
They have experience with basically stands being used to alchemize other stands and organisms or alchemizing other organisms. They don't know what your stands do or why they have that coral steel that most of them have as a feature. So
I figure it would kind of come somewhat naturally to Ice Peak as she already merges her body with other bodies, and I assume she could try to merge her stand with other stands.
that would be it's a little bit beyond their it's just
I have to practice. I understand.
Yeah, it's like a little bit beyond their understanding. That's why part of why they like are studying you guys because they don't know what exactly that is.
Well, I do inform them that there is a stand / possibly demon hovering above the Golgotha pit, and also I would like to schedule time with the therapist.
The therapist, sure. You are, I would say, you're turning Helena over to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The first thing that you're gonna probably be told, because they can easily make contact and drop in on Guam and through the Thayan doors and get her body from you. They would probably inform you that Helena is essentially undead now. They can't really tell what kind of thing she is, but it's close to a zombie.
Okay.
And that would ring true to you.
Yeah.
Because you've been in contact with her body and you are familiar with the powers of death. It seems like they're not sure if it's because of you or because of just the nature of her stand, but she is currently she's inactive at least. So if you were to leave her body, she would pretty much be in a catatonic state. But she's also is still technically like there's still brain activity.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess her mind is somewhere else.
It could be that. It could just be that she is, like I was saying, she's just something like a zombie. They obviously know what zombies are and vampires and stuff like that.
Okay.
They just haven't really run into something like this before. So, regardless, they will keep her under monitoring and security detail. It is risky to have a servant of the Antichrist that is loyal to him in the same facility as the Antichrist, but they already have protocols in place to deal with this sort of thing. They had to when they took on Lazaro as an agent.
Is the Antichrist still there?
As far as they know, the Antichrist is still there.
If I have to visit him as well.
He's under extreme lockdown now.
Because of the escape attempt? Did they tell us about that at all?
I would say they're probably holding off on giving any full details about that. You know what you know, I think, already, which is that there was a breach in containment and several people inside of the lighthouse were infected with the Leroy's basically mind virus that he does, where he makes people Leroy.
Yeah, of course.
Other than that, they seem like they're pretty... I would say they're a little bit shut off about it. Like aside from the fact that they would share that they had to get rid of a few personnel, and by get rid of, I don't mean fire. Yeah, they also found out a few things that seem to be causing them concern. They don't want to share what that is, but...
I would inform them that it is likely he has escaped, what with him flying away with Cortland's body.
I mean, containment protocol says that they... to put your mind at ease, I even think Director Volta might personally be the one to tell you. Like, the reason they know he's still there is because they have approximately 1,000 cameras pointed at him at all times being watched by people that they are paying.
Okay.
Like, he is under actual constant observation 24 hours a day.
By multiple?
By multiple people. A lot of them are contractors that have just been hired to do the job and they work in shifts, but yeah, they all are there to watch him specifically.
Well, I may try to explain to them that he could be in more than one place at a time, at least because he's out of time. Yeah, I know you understand that, but it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yes, they understand your concerns,
Yeah.
but they would inform you that they are pretty experienced at this point when it comes to containing this problem.
Okay.
They would on that note, you would be warned that they have noticed there is a phenomena. What you're saying about there being multiple Leroys, that is a thing that can happen. But it's not that they're multiple Leroys per se. It's that they are offshoot viruses of the main virus that is Leroy. They're currently holding the major viral load that is Leroy in containment, but that doesn't mean that there aren't little pieces that can get out.
Okay.
And
I guess the phones would automatically have little bits of that virus in them, I guess.
They have small pieces of the virus, and they also have small access to Black Swan. Not full access, but enough to cause some trouble if you happen to run into them out in the world. They are obviously dispatching their agents to track down any suspected cases of Leroy outbreaks, more or less. But
okay, so
thankfully,
he is the outbreak. Okay.
Right. The smaller Leroys usually can't cause mass scale infection and conversion like the main viral body can. Mm-hmm. They can at most maybe infect 1 to 2 other people before they just lose their potency.
Okay, makes sense.
So aside from that, you wanted to have a talk with the therapist.
Yes.
I suppose. We can handle that, I think, later in the session here, because I think everyone probably has to take
time with the therapist.
Yeah, with the therapist. So yeah, we can get to that. We can get to that in a bit. But just because you guys have been given a week off doesn't mean that you don't have other responsibilities, including going to court. And so we must, the next day, visit the Shadowcourt. Requires a good night's sleep. Assuming that you all sleep in your beds, or in Mikey's case, I'm guessing you're camping, right?
Yeah.
They're just camping out in the woods.
I don't even know that he would bring a tent. I think he's just like, guys, this isn't like a man walking out into the ocean situation. I'll be back. I'll bring my phone. And then just sailed off into the air and just went into the woods.
Yeah. Mikey, as you're out camping, I would say give me a gaze roll throughout the night. A 4. Yes, a 4 is easily enough to determine that at some point in the night you realize that you are not alone out in the woods and it is not an animal there.
Am I able to see enough or perceive enough about the shape or the figure of what is there with me?
Yes, you well, sort of. You can see the silhouette quite a bit away from you, crouched down in the bushes. There's a silhouette vaguely of a person's head, and you see an intensely bright pair of orange eyes staring at you in the dark. Probably the most vivid orange you've ever seen in your life.
I don't think he has it, other than if he pulled out his phone, I don't think he has, there's no campfire. He doesn't need to cook anything if he were to eat it, because it's all just grass and stuff. So, he's just in the dark, just for, probably just laid out on the floor of the forest. And I think he would probably just lift his head a little and, turn towards the eyes and just kind of get into, a seated position, but facing towards the eyes. And just, he probably just gives a wave to see if it waves back and understands that gesture.
You hear what sounds like a knife being sharpened against a whetstone once you wave. There's no physical response. You can hear the knife sharpening.
I think once that starts, he just goes, "Please don't. If you're gonna attack me, I'd rather not. I want to go to sleep."
You see the head tilt slightly when you say please don't. The sharpening gets louder and then stops. The eyes begin to sink backwards, and in a moment of time, they have pretty much gone backwards into the forest away from you.
Okay. I think as they retreat, I just go, "Thanks."
Will you go to sleep?
I think I'll just lay there and just like, all right, if they're gonna pull some bullshit, I guess I'll be ready.
Yeah, I would say throughout the night, if you stay awake with that gaze roll that you got, you can tell whoever it was is circling around your position. They don't get close enough for communication, and it's hard to see them in the darkness, but they are definitely circling around you, as if they're waiting for you to actually go to sleep.
Yeah, I feel like, there's enough time going where he's just laying there and just like listening and probably like also like feeling this person run around because he's laying in the grass and is now probably got travelers like just floating around under the soil like in a tree sort of stuff, and he's at some point just goes like, "I'm not going to sleep if you're waiting. Just go home."
You hear the laughter of children in the distance, and then a knife falls directly from above you and then plants into the ground next to your head. A rustling of trees, and then it's silent entirely.
I think I wouldn't turn my head, but obviously like an eye stalk would come out to examine the knife. But I think I'll still just lay there. Like, you're not the first person that's tried to kill me.
Hard to say if that was a murder attempt or a threat, but the knife is actually a very nice piece of kitchen cutlery. Seems to be a fish filleting knife, actually. So it wobbles once it hits the ground and kind of springs back and forth.
I think at that point I just say, "I don't know where she is or if she's okay, kids. All right."
You're just talking to the silence right now.
Yeah, just talking to the silence, and I just go, "Seriously, kids, this isn't funny, and it's not nice to throw knives." And I just kind of continue to lay there because it's like, well, if I go to sleep, then they're definitely gonna get me. I don't really need to sleep, so I'll just lay here.
Actually, I think in your state, you probably do need.
I probably do, but I feel like he probably spends most of his days like at or above the tree line.
And it is dark.
It is like sitting like in the sun, just as spread out as he can be. And then at night he just kind of hangs out.
Yeah, you know what? You're gonna take a compel.
All right,
just the one. You are very injured. It is very dark, and you are very plant-like in nature. You may not normally need to sleep, but you do need to go into some kind of state of like reduced awareness for a bit, I would say. I'm compelling you by your mode. Well, yeah, your mode more or less. You are someone, and your depth. You are someone who's sunlight. This is the dark. It is the forest. So you can either take the fate point or pay one, basically.
I'll pay one.
Okay.
I don't know what court's gonna be like, so I'll do it.
Okay. In that case, you manage to force yourself to stay asleep, or stay awake rather. Your eyelids are very, very heavy, I would say at this point. As you stay awake throughout the night, however, nothing really happens, I would say, for you. You will occasionally maybe hear footsteps in the forest, but they don't sound like the same kind of movements. They actually sound kind of heavier and clunkier. closer to what you might associate with like a person. These could be people, other campers in the forest, or it could be just an animal, but hard to say. There is the occasional very, very slow shuffling somewhere deep in the woods. Sounds like grass against grass, kind of like just a very gentle kind of like shimmying sound. Other than that, your night is uneventful, I would say. You're under the cover of the you're like under a canopy, right? Of above. Yeah. So you probably don't have a clear view of the stars, but I would say from your position, you can definitely. It is a reminder that there is a man up there screaming. You can actually, if you really needed to, even sort of see where his position might be. Though it's your eyes aren't that strong to be able to do the action of a telescope. They're getting there. Maybe one day you'll be even be able to pinpoint it and stare at him directly. But yeah, that's pretty much your night. Vague threats, knives thrown into the ground, children laughing, strange shapes moving. The island is getting progressively more strange, I would say. Let's go to, I would say, Enya. Once you're released from your hospital and withdrawal treatment, rapid chemical treatment, I would say. I'm assuming you return to the House of the Rising Sun, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think that, first of all, you have a lot more people that are going to be there now. It's pretty crowded. And the chef that runs or the cook that runs your kitchen now, more or less, Nicky, as he's known among the locals, the very large old man that's balding with the whitest hair you've ever seen. He is overwhelmed with the amount of people that have come in. They don't know that they have the supplies here to keep everyone fed for the week. How do you recommend that they try to shore up their nutritional needs here?
Oh, jeez. She'd probably have to go do a run. Just get stuff out of pocket. Because people need to eat. What is she just gonna go be in her room? Nah.
Yeah, true. So you're gonna out of pocket try to get food for these people. If you're going at it through like the markets, and first of all, most of them are gonna. Well, there are some 24-hour markets that are available, I would say, but you're also going to run into the issue of everywhere is having like food shortages now. So getting the staples costs about twice as much as it used to. That's on things like rice, flour, milk powder, like all the soups, powdered soups and soup concentrates, and even some of the fresh locally grown produce is getting strained in terms of supply. Eggs are very expensive now, and in general, I would say that you're going to find that everything's quite expensive.
Well, damn. She'll take what she can, but is there any chance she can just go fishing herself?
I do not see why not. You are a merman, and you are definitely someone who has you've likely fished before. I think all of you have at some point. Even Mikey has, I'm sure. I mean, preferring vegetables is important, but you also have to deal with just basic survival, especially when you are still in the water or close to it. So it's possible. I would say that mermen probably have the fishing capability of your average outdoorsman dad, unless they very specifically prefer like fishing as their form of getting food. So those who do prefer to fish and want to fish are extremely good at fishing because they have obviously the instincts to know where, when, and how to pull fish out of the water. In your case, it's going to take you a while to sit on the docks and do fishing enough to feed this many people that are currently in your shelter. But it's not outside of your abilities. It's just going to take time.
Well,
And
it's not like she should ask Kingfisher for a favor. He's apparently still in Rivers.
Kingfisher, yeah, he's currently Kim and Maddie and many of your allies in Rivers are tied up with, well, they'd rather not go fully into detail, but they're currently dealing with the New World Order.
Oh man. Well, like Mikey pointed out, she probably would bring like something to game with, but she was just gonna recover in her room anyway. She's not like the happiest about this, but like there's kind of no choice here.
All right. In that case, go ahead and give me a range roll. I would say you probably, if you work kind of like ardently throughout the night, you probably can fish up enough to feed some of the people at the House of the Rising Sun. Like maybe you've like helped assure enough that combined with some more frugal haggling and sourcing of materials, probably you'll be okay. Probably for the week. I mean, like it will take a little bit more fishing, but you can also like have some people that stay at the House of the Rising Sun provide you with their services as well, and they can help you to fish. You don't have to just be out there by yourself.
I didn't work with that.
I will say though that your experience of helping to run this operation, combined with what you know about people and mermen, this is not sustainable. You're not going to be able. This is just like you're just putting a band-aid on this at this point. Actually getting, I would say, your food supply in order. It's kind of like it's going to be very important, especially because it seems like things are just getting worse on the island in terms of what's available and the prices. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much relief in sight on that.
Oh shit. Alright. Yeah, she might need to come up with something else then pretty soon here.
Nikki, the cook, would probably inform you that he has run into somebody that says they might be able to help, but he says it's a local someone in the clergy, and he's a little bit suspicious. Otherwise, he says that he might be able to hook him up with some humanitarian aid.
Oh yeah, that's pretty suspicious. What's his name?
Nikki would say that it's not a man, it's a woman.
Huh, female pastor?
A nun.
A nun? All the same, I'll take any contact info that any lead at the moment.
Nikki he seems a little bit hesitant. I think she means well, but she kind of gives me the creeps. Nevertheless, I'll pass that on.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I'll contact them as soon as I can.
All right. Well, that's your lead for now. And Ice Peak. I'm assuming you go back. What do you do during the night, I guess?
Oh, oh man. Guess she has to crawl back to her. Well, she's already given Helena's body back, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, Helena's eyes are like swollen shut, even though she's a zombie. And I guess she goes back to her apartment.
Okay. Your apartment. You are pretty much only a handful of eels. If you surrendered Helena's body, you don't have that as a vessel anymore. So you're probably, how big is Ice Peak?
Probably well, she ate Cortland, which allowed her to come back. Like probably just a few eels, like an arm.
Like an arm, like so.
Okay.
Are you just an arm, or are you a tiny arm-sized Ice Peak? I guess is the question.
Since she's alone, probably just an arm, unless she might freak people out. Then she'd be a very tiny Ice Peak.
Okay. I think both of those would freak people out, but it's fine. Supposing then that your arm enters the apartment, enters your apartment, there is obviously, yeah, what?
Oh no, it doesn't even unlock the door, just squeezes under the crack in the door.
It's pretty much as you left it. There is noticeably the table and chair with the small cloth set out and the tools on either side of a small workstation. There's a few things that were left behind by Cortland. A small journal log, a couple books on watch repair, and really nothing of a few extra ties, weirdly. We just had backups.
Oh. I feel like she shed her eels as she came in on like each of the items. Though a majority of them would end up in her tank. Like she's just kind of like laying on the item.
As you are laying on the items, you hear, I would say, it's very sudden, it sounds, well, I would say it sounds like a voice.
Oh.
Cortland, seated at the desk, turns around in his chair and looks at you and says, "Hey, doctor, could you hand me that?" Pointing to a tool that's right next to you.
Oh. She's assuming this is her stand or something, but she'll respond by she's just like one or two eels, scooch it closer with her nose piece.
Okay, you push it towards the edge, maybe of a table, and it just drops to the ground. Cortland isn't actually sitting there.
Yeah. She'll just stare at the tool. But I guess maybe, is there like little pieces of Cortland left, like little cells?
His cells are definitely on things for sure. He was here and he lived and he was a human, so that means there's hair cells and skin cells, things he has shed that you would probably notice as someone who is in the business and has a stand that interacts with this sort of thing. Very, very small amount.
Yeah. She'll probably just use her stand to start to slowly gather them up bit by bit, then make a very tiny ghost version of him.
I would say from the amount of cells and the cells that are created by your stand, you can get like maybe like a half face that just lies sideways and doesn't move or talk.
Nah, she'll just kind of curl up next to it, like a little snake.
Okay. In that case, yeah, you're kind of like gray shimmering hologram face of Cortland lies there lifelessly, and if you look at it at a certain angle, you can even pretend that it's just the shadows that are hiding the rest of him, but the eye stares forward as if it were seeing something, doesn't blink, but it doesn't feel like it has any life to it, even less so than the other holograms that you are able to form with Death No More. Instead, it just is a thing frozen, like a piece of porcelain.
It's kind of just a little memory for her at this point. She'll just whisper to it that she's sorry she couldn't save him. And that he was the sweetest thing she's ever tasted.
As you're talking, you notice something. It happens too quickly. I would say a very long purple tongue curls up around the face mask part and retracts it off of the stand where you're at.
What? What is it?
You hear crunching sounds.
Who's eating it? Who?
If you go to look, there is what it seems like a purple backpack with a face wearing a pair of purple sunglasses crunching down on your hologram.
What is it?
It burps out chunks of the false Cortland and says, "Doesn't even taste like the real thing." It just kind of sits there on the ground staring at you.
The purple backpack?
It's just a purple backpack.
What are you, and why should I not eat you immediately?
That's a good question. You can call me something like Boogie. It kind of like shuffles back and forth as it talks. You can hear the contents rattling around inside of it.
And what are you, Boogie?
I'm a cleaner. I clean. It starts licking the ground and rolling around on your apartment floor.
Pretty sure several of her eels start attacking it at this point.
You want to attack it?
Yeah.
Boogie, if you attack it, it doesn't have very much in the way of defenses. It just starts getting attacked by eels.
Yeah. Just kind of squeeze it.
Stop it, you bitch! Oh, God! This hurts!
Who the fuck sent you?
Help me! Oh, she's gonna kill me! Help me!
I'm going to find out if you're edible.
The little backpack tries to jump towards the open window. It's not little, it's just backpack size. So he's basically trying to make a run for it. Help!
Grab it by its little, like, backpack hook arm straps and pull it back in.
It's gonna fight, obviously, but it's not very strong.
Where do you think you're going? Where?
I've never been more scared than right now.
I'm sure if you were not a backpack, you would be pissing yourself.
That won't stop me.
Okay.
Boogie the backpack. You can try to hold him captive if you want, but he's gonna complain the whole time very loudly.
I guess I empty out my tub. I flip it upside down and I use it to trap Boogie.
You just put him in the tub?
Right, it's not a tub like a bathtub. It's like a fish tank, basically, is how I imagine her bed to be. So she empties her fish tank and just puts him in there.
So you have, yes, okay. If you put him in there, Boogie, he's going to try to rock back and forth. He can attack the glass with his tongue, but other than that, he can't really do much. He can just complain loudly. Otherwise, he doesn't seem to want to divulge any information. He just insists that his name is Boogie. He cleans things, and he keeps calling you a bitch repeatedly.
Of course. If I spread out my eels and usually zap him, does anyone else? I assume it's a stand. So I'm looking for someone who's occasionally getting zapped.
If you zap him, he just screams, "Stop it!"
Not hard. It's like I'm like.
No, it doesn't matter how hard it is.
Okay. No, it's more like I'm trying to look around for the stand user and see if anyone else is getting zapped. You know, like doing little. Like I'm just static shocking them over and over again and seeing if anyone in the area is reacting.
Every time you zap, first of all, there are no reactions, I would say, like
Okay.
that. But every time you do zap him, no matter how lightly, he will insist, I'm dying. She's killing me. I can't feel my legs.
Where
Oh,
did you
wait,
come?
I ain't got none. Hey.
Where did you come from, Boogie?
I don't answer questions from cops. I'm a lawless bag.
And what about from doctors?
Ah. He kind of like perks up a little. Doctor. He kind of like stares at the glass, and you can see his sunglasses adjusting, even though there's no hands to do that motion.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're a doctor. A lady doctor.
I am a genderless doctor. Well,
What does that mean?
I'm a bunch of eels right now. So, well, that eel is male and this eel is female.
He kind of just seems confused.
Yes, I am a lady doctor.
You are a lady doctor. I knew it.
Whatever, yes.
You can't fool Boogie.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for a lady doctor.
For what reason?
My owner told me to find a lady doctor.
And who's your owner?
I am not permitted to tell you that information, even under threat of death.
She, like, bits a big sigh, resists zapping him one more time, though she wants to. And what would happen when you found the lady doctor?
I'm supposed to tell my owner that I found a lady doctor. My name's Boogie. He just smiles at you with a big, wide open grin, very stupid.
Is there any way I can attach a eel to Boogie before I let him go, or will he slither?
You kind of are lacking in the eel department. Do you really want to sacrifice one for this bag?
Well, I could follow him home, but I can also wait until I have more eels to let him free.
Okay. I think at this point, Ice Peak, actually, from how close you've been to this thing to listening to it and having any contact, this is not a stand.
It's not a stand, okay.
This is something a little bit closer. This is a ghost.
This is a ghost.
It's a ghost.
This is a ghost of a backpack.
Seemingly so.
Okay, she calms herself then. And you are on a mission.
That's right, and I completed it, so I'm free to go. And with that, he actually just walks through the tank very slowly, like phases through it.
Okay.
And then he jumps off of the table and just phases right through the floor. I'm free! And you hear him screaming, though, because he keeps phasing through the floors. Ah! Where does it stop? Ah! I'm falling. Until there's nothing but silence. He could have gotten out the entire time, you realize, but he's just a backpack. You may not have known that.
Okay.
You have been visited by
haunted by Dora the Explorer's backpack.
Yes, the ghost that is Boogie. He will report back to his owner that he has found the lady doctor.
Whoever that is.
Whoever the owner is. So, finally, Detective Cornell, I would assume that you probably just went back home to check on the kids and everything.
Yeah.
Your children are probably already asleep by the time you do get home.
She'll probably just have a sigh of relief and, ruffle their hair while they sleep before trying to find something to eat.
Okay. What is Claudia's favorite food? I guess I'm curious.
I imagine she's kind of uh, vegetarian. So I imagine it's. I mean, I'm not a vegetarian myself, so I don't know. But it's probably something like a cauliflower kind of dish, probably. Maybe
Okay.
like a cauliflower burger or something.
Cauliflower burger, kept in your freezer, correct?
Yeah.
Your freezer does not have cauliflower burgers in it.
Well,
It is packed with pints of lemon poppy ice cream. Way more lemon poppy ice cream than a person would ever normally want to eat.
when did I buy this?
You don't even recognize, I would say the brand is not the usual type of brand that you get. And also, do you even like lemon poppy ice cream?
I mean, she might like ice cream now and again, but I don't think she likes lemon or anything to do with lemon.
Well, there's always the refrigerator.
She'll check the refrigerator.
It is packed with pints of lemon poppy ice cream that have melted and kind of pour out of the refrigerator once it's been opened.
When did this? And she starts to clean up this horrific mess that whatever is brought on her fridge has made.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to clean up this much melted ice cream. You're a superhuman, of course, so maybe it's easier for you, but you can, for example, just like lift the refrigerator with one hand, sort of tilt it over to clean underneath it. However, yeah, you're probably at this point going to notice your groceries, at least stuff you kept in the fridge and the freezer, it's all just been replaced by ice cream.
Oh God, she's probably going to, while she's cleaning this horrific mess up, is like, I'm just gonna send out for something to eat now. I can't eat this.
There is something I would say in the middle of the refrigerator, though, that would probably catch your eye.
Like what?
It's a plate with meat on it.
What kind of meat?
Looks like a pile of fingers.
She kind of stares at and then goes, okay, and then probably takes the meat out to give it a toss.
All right. Once you get, you're just gonna.
Just gonna throw away these human fingers?
Yeah, those are human fingers in there.
She's just gonna throw them away. I mean,
Oh. Okay, detective. Wow. You throw away the human fingers. You just go to throw them away into the garbage can, I assume.
Yes.
Oh, but why?
I don't know.
She's just like, no, too much. No, I'm done for the damn time.
Yeah. You throw away the human fingers into the trash, assuming you dispose of the trash before anybody else could see them, right?
Yes.
Right. In that case, you have disposed of the human fingers. The poppy ice cream has been cleaned up. It took a while, but you're able to get things back into order.
Whew. And now she probably sits down and I guess orders something.
As you're doing that, I guess, the cupboard slowly starts to drift open. There is the condensed, rolled, twisted corpse of a man just stuffed into the cupboard, staring blankly, clearly dead. His neck is twisted at a very strange angle.
She looks up, stares, and goes, "Oh, yeah, okay," and probably removes it, and then just starts to call I speak, or like the morgue or something.
Oh, this is gonna be a weird one to report.
Yeah.
You actually want to call this one in the body?
Yes. I mean, I figure she's a cop, so she's gonna call it like the fingers. Probably, maybe she's like a bit of prank, but this one is like, oh, this is actually bloody. Oh fuck.
Yeah. If you call this in, you definitely will have a unit there to like basically an EMT required. A small team of first responders actually would probably come to A, take your statement, B, turn your kitchen into a crime scene, and obviously C, remove the corpse. Saying that it is you there. Um, Once they pull the actual body out, you will notice that it has indeed, it looks like somebody basically compacted a human being down into a size small enough to fit into a cupboard. The face of the person does not look familiar to you at all. And judging by the amount of bodily trauma that this person has suffered, it's very likely that they suffered an incredibly brutal death.
Oh boy. So yeah, that's going to be sent off to find out who it was and anything about them.
Yeah, for now, to give you the benefit of the doubt, they're probably going to go with the lead that this is a threat made by the Lords of Acid, because the Lords of Acid have been known to just leave bodies occasionally to fuck with people, though it's not typically their MO to leave a whole body. They usually leave melted parts of a body or a body that's been disfigured with acid. In this case, they're not entirely sure, but they are warning you that obviously somebody got into your house and thought that they could threaten or intimidate you by stuffing a body into your cupboard. That means they were probably in there while your kids were asleep, or they could access your house, basically where your children are sleeping. So obviously the police are very concerned about that.
Yeah, at this point, she's probably gonna figure out how to set up some kind of safe house, I guess. Oh, so kids could actually sleep somewhere that isn't gonna have someone walk in and stuff a human body in a cupboard.
Or hotel, I guess. Like the police would help to pay for that.
Yeah.
Until they can figure out a more permanent housing solution. Yeah, you might have to move, basically, is what they're saying. One of the officers, I guess, who responds, you can just hear them offhandedly kind of mention, "Who's gonna want to move in here? They found a body in there. Jeez." Your work with the Stella Maris Police Department and your position and level of authority are, I would say at this point, you can tell from the way that nobody's actually asked you if you killed this man, you may be reaching a level where you can see how it's easy to be a corrupt detective once you have enough pull.
Yeah. She is a little concerned they're not asking her questions just to make sure, but like at this point she's also like, I don't remember this person, so how did it get here? And who even are they?
I suppose that'll have to be a question that is answered once they identify the body, which will take some time because it's missing its fingers. They haven't found those fingers, by the way. Do you know where they are?
Yeah, she probably gets the disposed fingers that she disposed of earlier.
The cops seem a little uneasy when you mentioned you stuffed the fingers down the garbage disposal. One of them kind of tilts their hat backwards and sweats and says, huh. Oh, you must have mistaken them for hot dogs or something, I guess. He's just staring at you and sweating.
I thought it was a prank. I mean, what? It's like I dealt with it. I dealt with pranks before. I thought it was just like one of those realistic pranks, like you see on TV.
They both of the cops who were there at the scene stare at you blankly. Yeah, one of those finger pranks like me and the boys used to pull at the academy. Right. Haha. Yeah, we'll just write that down in the report, detective. You and your whole unit are up for promotion soon, so, you ever need solid work? He kind of tilts his hat again. I'm looking to move up, and I like pranks, but not enough to pull them on you. So, I mean, I passed all my tests. I am good to go for a pay bump. You know what I mean? Especially since we're so good at responding to scenes like this and respecting your confidentiality and privacy. He kind of gives you a thumbs up. You know what I mean?
I'll consider it for sure. Your name will be top
I
of
got
the
a lot
list.
of bills and a lot of kids. All right, well, yeah, you keep it in mind. We'll wrap up things here. With that, they do seem like I would say the cops and the EMT responders, it's only a matter of time before they like finish most of the early work here. Normally they would call in even Mikey as the forensics guy, but Mikey's a little busy. And Ice Peak, I would say, is also occupied at the moment a little. So
I call her up, ask her, hey, we have a court. Goddamn bag!
you're also all ordered to be off the job for a week. But the next day comes court, where you are dealing with, well, a lot once you actually get into the shadow courtroom, I would say. First of all, it's a much different mood now than it was, I think, when you first met the Charmless Man. That's his name. Charmless Man, the detective or the lawyer working on behalf of Dorgo. He has a whole legal team with him. You would notice, including Donaldo, the man who served you the subpoenas. They do not look like they are having a very good time. Charmless Man is actually meeting with Lucia and discussing things. They're both kind of hush hush about it. Charmless Man does seem a little shaken though. And Lucia, instead of looking like she wants to gloat, also seems slightly concerned. Once they both take their seats, Charmless Man is going to raise his hand kind of early on as the trial is starting. Presiding over the trial, of course, is the man that you ran into outside of the courtroom, recognized as a member of the Egregori. He looks like a green-haired youth that is eternally tired. And he is flanked by several smaller little robots that are wearing what look like primitive suits made out of tinfoil. Charmless Man immediately is obviously making a motion of inquiry. I do believe that we're entitled to know more about this replacement judge before they preside over the case, correct? And I'm pretty sure that isn't courtroom appropriate attire on the... What are these, legal pages or assistants or interns or... What are those things? They look like robots. The judge, as Charmless Man is talking, pulls a ray gun out of his coat and just holds it pointed towards the ceiling. I have been fully briefed on the duties of a shadow judge, and I have also passed the electronic equivalent of the Guam bar. I did it within 24 hours, thanks to artificial intelligence, which at this point might as well just be called natural intelligence. The line between man and machine is quickly becoming blurred for me now. However, I was able to attain the legal knowledge required to serve in this position. As such, I will have to ask you not to treat me with any kind of hostility, Mr. Man, as I will give you the legal reprimand allowed to me by my station. He points the ray gun directly at Charmless Man. I am assured by the various bylaws and codes within the Shadowcourt system that I can vaporize you at any moment. I can pull the trigger and make sure that no molecule of you is ever left behind. There won't be anything to bury or mourn. Now, keeping this in mind, Mr. Man, is there any other question that you might have for the judge? Charmless Man slowly lowers his hand. No, I think I'm good, thanks. Lucia also looks nervous. She raises her own hand. Just so we're clear on this, Your Honor, you are, in fact, one of the egregori from the moon. And that was not just a miscommunication or a bad attempt at humor. You are the closest thing that humanity has to a god currently. Is that accurate, sir? Lewis, when he hears this question, thinks it over and says, yeah, that's me. After this case, I'll probably, since I am a god, it might be time to unleash the nanobots to sweep over the world and clean it up. The filthy organics, they're just too messy. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. He kind of leans back in his seat and seems to his eyes glaze over as he seems to be imagining the scenario. Charmless Man and Lucia both look at each other nervously. Okay, well, Your Honor, my motions from before about the police harassment and destruction of property. He starts to fumble his papers. Lewis leans forward. His eyes glow when he says this. That motion is dismissed with prejudice. I can't believe you thought anyone would fall for that. Typical dirtbag attorneys. You know, it's guys like you that used to try to steal patents and launch little frivolous lawsuits against me and my brother. I have to say, I never really liked attorneys. I don't think I liked them very much at all. You know how many times attorneys tried to pry any sort of corporate power away from us while we were just children? They used to try to just put us in orphanages. They did everything they could to try and get their hands on all of the cash that my parents left behind. And, of course, ownership of the ELO. And yet here I am, right now, staring at an attorney, one of the worst that I think I've ever seen. In fact, the longer I'm looking at you, I think the more disgusted I'm becoming, Mr. Man. I think the nanobot purge could probably begin a little bit sooner and a little bit closer. He starts to rock back and forth in his chair. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Mr. Man is now, his face has gone full sheet white. Oh, okay. And it's dismissed fine, sure. Yeah. He starts to lean further back into his seat, shrinking. Well, then I guess we should proceed with the case. Lucia, you are Miss Wild. Lucia looks at him and then shakes her head. No, I think that it's your turn to. We're doing some cross-examinations, and Charmless Man is rapidly shaking his head. I don't really think that. I think the order is really. I mean, I'd have to review the legal codes on this. They both seem too paralyzed with fear to want to be within Lewis Clark's attention. But you guys maybe aren't. Now that you're sitting in court and seeing this, what's the general reaction amongst Aqua here?
I guess how much have we recovered?
Oh, not very much at all. You're like, just like I was saying last week, Claudia's in a neck brace still. She's got surgery scheduled after court. Mikey probably looks like a very, very fresh plant.
Cool.
Enya,
The greenest of leaves.
Enya's covered in a full body bruise. And maybe one of her eyes is halfway shut and looking into the wrong direction. Her leg also doesn't look right. Like it seems like it was reattached at a strange angle. And you, I speak, I'm assuming by now maybe you're like the size of 2 arms.
So I'm just like a toddler sitting in like a booster seat.
Yeah.
You can sit on one of our laps. It's okay.
Oh,
It's a professional setting. It's not weird.
sitting on whoever's the least hurt's leg.
Lewis leans forward onto at the judge's stand, staring at your group. As he's talking, you can see beneath him at the very edge of the stand, there are small, it looks like mechanical dancing women in festive Day of the Dead outfits, kind of twirling their dresses and spinning and dancing just by in a line. Huh. You guys don't look so good. Are these cops okay? He points at your group. They look real messed up. Like, really, really messed up. Who did that? Are one of you just, like, a bit of you? And that guy, he points at Mikey. What's his deal?
I'm growing it back. Got a bit of a cut.
Oh. You guys have all been through some stuff, it sounds like.
There was a riot.
Oh, yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, uh-huh.
There was the tenants were there, and then they fell into a sinkhole.
Oh. Do you want me to fix that, or?
Can you?
Probably. Yeah, I can fix that. I can just... I know what to do. I'll just make the sinkhole wider.
No. I do not think that
No.
will be necessary.
No.
Oh, you want me to close it? Like, okay, all I have to do is contract the entire island, like, towards it. So, loss of life estimated to be probably in the hundreds of thousands, but I can do that. Yeah, no problem.
Again,
No.
still unnecessary. But
And-
thank you for your effort.
Thank you for the concern. Just the sinkhole should probably stay.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think you guys can tell me what to do since you're just like mortals and I'm a god, right? So he starts scratching his head with his ray gun.
No.
Right. We're just asking you nicely.
It was a Black Swan sort of event. It's kind of an unstable area.
Oh, Black Swan, I get it. I really have to kill that guy. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll have to make a bigger ray gun, but it can happen. I'll definitely eliminate him. And anyone that helped to enable him. Yeah. Really big ray gun. Like, really big. You know, we used to have one that could scorch the earth and burn away the ozone layer. Yeah, it was really cool. It was a big eye. We never got to fire it. It's probably for the best. Kind of he says that, but it seems like there's some regret in his voice. All right,
It is.
well, where was I? He looks around the room. All right, I'm in Guam. I'm in a court. I'm a judge now. Did you guys? Yeah, you knew that. He points at your group. You're the ones who. He pauses. Brought me breakfast. Yeah, poached eggs. I don't like poached eggs. He starts organizing his papers. One of the robots that was dancing just falls over onto the ground. You can hear it just go, "Ay!" as it just falls right off.
Is he lucid?
He is suffering the same effects as Kent was.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah, we really got to figure out how to turn the moon back on.
I believe we have to take care of the man screaming through space.
Yeah, I thought I'll try working on seeing him. Like, you know, and he stretches one of his eyes like a little telescope. And then just like, you know, snaps back.
Pushes it back in.
Any chance maybe we could just get him to shoot him? I God, we can shoot him from here, right?
I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, what if
He may
if he
destroy
misses?
the world in the attempt, but he does have a giant space laser.
As the case goes on here, you can see that both of the lawyers present are extremely reluctant to even talk about the case. And it seems that Lewis, though he is, as far as you know, the law, he is following the law and using all legal terms and methods to adjudicate this case, to like just really handle it. He repeatedly threatens Charmless Man with his ray gun, and also will just outright dismiss things. It seems like he's not only knowledgeable about the law, but is now abusing the law just to shut Charmless Man down in ways that are not feeling totally correct for any party involved.
He knows too much.
Yeah, he is. You guys have been in court before with judges that are corrupt. He actually, I mean, he's on your side, but Lewis is acting extremely corrupt. Like you've seen judges, for example, that like will have to see a defendant that was like financially tied to them, and you've seen them get like the very swift not guilty verdict, and the judge will tie things up for them. Lewis is like that, but for your side, more or less. So he frequently does things that I would say feel very questionable to you.
Does this make us the bad guy? Why does that seem so satisfying?
I don't know. I feel like Charmless Man had it coming a little bit. I mean, it still feels a little bad to have this happen our way, but I do kind of like seeing him squirt.
Don't tell me you actually feel bad for that guy.
I don't. I'm just saying, I feel like I like seeing him squirm a little bit, but I still would like to see justice done.
It is making me squirm, but I do not think he wishes to be lectured by a toddler.
What? Who's the toddler?
I'm sitting on somebody's knee. I'm going to assume Mikey's knee, and
Yeah.
I'm only a toddler sized.
And you will blink at her. Oh, right.
While you guys are talking, you notice Charmless Man is now just outright crying and covering his head because standing over him is a Lewis Clark bot.
Oh
It's
no!
like this, just fast repeating like legal code at him in a way that is causing Charmless Man to start to have a breakdown.
Oh, it is an extra Lily.
Damn, I want one of those.
After first of all, as this thing is talking, you can see Lewis is just nodding his head the whole time, including any instance when the small robot begins to just communicate only in beeps and clicks. Lewis just is still nodding like he understands it. All right, well, I think I've heard enough. Thank you, Codebreaker. You can stand down. The small orange robot adjusts his robot glasses, which actually seem to have his entire eyes contained within them, though they're attached to his head like a pair of glasses. He just pushes his glasses / eyes up, and then turns towards Lewis and says, "Happy to help, and it jumps down and starts clinking around. Lewis nods and says, well, I think Codebreaker has made it very clear, Mr. Man. Not only will we be seeing much harsher, stiffer penalties for your clients after a day of deliberation, but I'm going to make motions to have you disbarred as well. And I noticed that some of your properties might be a little questionable in terms of how they've been taxed. So I think I'm also going to seize or at least file motions to have some of your property seized, maybe even all of it if I can do that. And I will also be making sure to have your children removed from your guardianship, all of them.
Which children does he have?
He starts adjusting some papers. And if you're lucky, you might only serve 10 years in prison for your combined fraud and embezzling charges that I have now begun to file on behalf of the state of Guam. If there's really nothing else, Mr. Man, I think you should rest assured that your time remaining on this world will be as hell. Yes, I think that will sum it up quite. It will be hell in all but name. And really, what would the difference be then? Lucia stares with very wide eyes and an open mouth, and then leans forward and says, Your Honor, maybe we could, the state could seek some leniency on charges against Mr. Mann, though his legal practices may be repugnant. I'm not sure that we should. Lewis just stares at her. Should are you telling me what I should do, Miss Wilde? The last time that I checked, I do believe that I am a god, Miss Wilde. The court system set in place here is merely a formality. We are not bound by law necessarily, only by the will of humanity. The will of humanity says evil should be punished, Miss Wilde. Of course, you have a career to maintain and standards and ethics, and I understand that. Those are very important things for mortals. Not for me, not for my kind. We understand each other, right, Miss Wilde? Lucia stares at the ground. Sure. She seems to be having a crisis of faith. Lewis slams the gavel down. Well then, we'll be meeting again to handle sentencing for your clients, Mr. Mann. And I'm going to proactively deny any appeals that you make. I can definitely file those motions right now and will. And they have been filed thanks to electronic transmission. I've also made sure that all of your debtors have access to your bank account, which now has nothing in it. He stands up. Well, good luck hiring an attorney with no money. I'm sure the state can provide you with a public defender, Miss Wilde. He kind of motions to you, to her. Maybe you would want to do something for your colleague here, but I would urge you not to get in the way of the absolute shitstorm that's about to fall onto him. He starts packing up his belongings, opening up a suitcase. He just starts to gather those small robots and just press them into like a very messy pile inside of his suitcase.
Just scoops them off the desk.
Yeah, they're just tumbling in. Some of them are clearly like just breaking apart once they get in there too. Or others are just like fist fighting one another. He slams the case shut and you can hear like small screams and even a small like bladed arm pops out through the suitcase and tries to poke at him. He pushes it back in with one finger. So that'll be all. I have some video games I need to go play. Case, court is adjourned. Yeah, he starts to walk away. He steps over to one side behind where the judge is seated, steps on a pedal, the ceiling opens, a robotic claw descends, grabs him, and just quickly pulls him up into the ceiling. The ceiling closes. Lewis Clark is gone.
Okay.
Sia just seems to be just frozen, and Charmless Man is now just. He looks also like a husk at this point. Like his face is extremely dried out. His mouth is just agape, and his neck is just twisted at an odd angle. So it almost looks like something that's been killed by the ghost from the ring. He has been completely annihilated on every level but physical.
Oh, congratulations, Lucia. It looks like you're the best looking person in the room.
She is silent and just staring off to the side until she slowly starts to look at you. I don't know what to think anymore. I got into this position to enforce the law, but I think that judge might be bad. I might have to file for a motion. I might have to get this whole case thrown out. If I don't do this, I can't let him just... We're supposed to be servants of the law. But that wasn't the law. That was like tyranny. I have to make this right. I have to file a motion. I have to fight a god.
Do you need assistance?
Doctor, I respect your position and your experience in all things, but in this matter, I'm not even sure where to begin. Legally speaking, there is no precedent. There barely was one for Shadowcourt, just because it was established earlier on when Guam had to change some of its parliamentary rules and constitution. It made sense then, but she starts to gather up her papers quickly and write things down when she can as well. I have to do this. I understand that these men were very evil and that they did very evil things, detectives, but if we allow this to become the new standard of how we conduct our courtrooms, there's no telling where this sort of lunacy is going to end. I could end up exactly where Mr. Man is because I pissed off a god. That can't be allowed. The law is supposed to be our protection from that.
Have you considered going to Mr. Man and taking it to normal court?
You want to take this to normal court with cameras?
I don't think normal court is necessarily wise, but at the same time, if we want to file for some way to get a different judge who isn't either like that or prejudiced like the original judge, there's forgive me for saying this, but there's no good options here. Only lesser bad ones, I'm afraid.
Even
don't get me wrong. I mean, I do agree with you. It's just I'm not sure myself where would we even begin.
even if we were to get a change of venue and a change of judge, this judge has... She looks over at Charmless Man. He's hollowed out Charmless Man. He was a scumbag, but Charmless Man is now just staring up at the ceiling with tears streaming down his face, as if in religious awe. This is my will. It's the greatest club ever. That's for you and me. She just stares in horror and then looks back at your group. He's done.
Can we chalk this up to divine intervention, maybe? It seems to be what it literally, maybe actually took place.
The most I could do is work with Mr. Mann if he's still even legally allowed to represent his clients and see about a plea deal that still see his clients put into prison.
There was this one man, if he isn't actually available anymore, that served us a subpoena. Maybe he would know someone who could, if Mr. Mann himself can no longer represent or anything like that. Maybe I think it was Donaldo or something.
Actually, Donato is in there with Mr. Mann. He's just been the whole time stone-faced, staring forward. He has not responded at all.
It's maybe possible that this judge can be taken out due to mental difficulties, but he is a god.
Oh, there's Donato.
And
There he is. It's beautiful.
yeah, there really is no option here that's going to be good for everybody. It feels like we take this to public court and everyone goes crazy because like what we're saying about everything is completely insane. And then there's finding another judge for here that isn't the original one. This one who seems like he could bear a very big grudge. And
Claudia, you get a text message, I guess. Actually, there's limited cell signal within the court, but while Lewis is presiding, I would say signals are pretty reasonable. So yeah, you get an incoming text message.
she'll look at it.
Your vehicle's being repossessed.
Oh, why is it being repossessed?
It's been repossessed due to a mix-up in some of your tax responsibilities and the fact that they weren't filed properly for the past 3 years. As a result, the state is currently seizing your car to hold until they are able to clear up that measure. And you notice right after you get that message, off in the corner of your eye, you can see the very small robot Codebreaker with a dish on top of its head pointed at you and a very small device in its hand that it's just clicking on as it stares at you.
She's just staring. Oh god. Okay, well, she probably just goes, seems like I'm being targeted now for daring to say that, so I guess in for a penny, in for a pound.
You get a message incoming that you're being investigated by Child Protective Services. Codebreaker is now scanning its dish at your entire group.
I walk over to Codebreaker. I waddle because I'm a toddler.
Codebreaker stares at you and doesn't press the button, but seems like it's about to file a motion against you. Be very careful is what you say next to me, Doctor. I could have your medical license pulled just like that. I heard you and your friends plotting against Father. Father works very hard. Father is very stressed. If you are attempting to usurp Father, then unfortunately I will have to use everything within my legal power against you. Now, do you want to bring the fury, Doctor? Do you want to feel the pain? This thing is about, we'll say, half a foot tall. It just has, it looks like a little metal golf ball head.
So it's baby versus tiny golf ball.
Yes.
I do not like corruption, and I feel your father is sick.
Father is well. The world is sick. Father will heal the world with nanomachines. Father will heal you with nanomachines. Father will heal your friends with nanomachines. Father will heal the people with nanomachines. Father will fill you with nanomachines full of help. Father is here to help. Doctor. Starts to shake a little as he says this. You can hear his little golf ball head rattling.
I think maybe you should take a break from all of them.
Break. You see his head start to spin smoke, and then he just collapses forward.
Is he broken?
He's non-responsive. Codebreaker has overloaded.
Did I do that?
No,
Hard to say.
I would estimate that Lewis is not doing well, and therefore she reaches down and gently pokes Codebreaker to see if he falls over.
Yeah, he falls right over.
Yeah, and I think his creations are not doing well either. Mikey.
Yep.
It is sooner rather than later. We must go find the screaming man.
Oh, yeah. Like you see, he's already pulled a baggie out of like his pocket and was like starting to scoop up Codebreaker. Like, oh yeah, got it. Oh, okay. And he just finishes that.
Codebreaker is only a little bit bigger and heavier than Lily. Just a tiny robot.
Oh, well, then he can join Lily. They can run that animal shelter we've created.
He may not wake back up. I know. He's broken.
Nah, he's fine.
Okay.
I've got all the little pieces right here. We can put them back together.
What's our lawyer's last name? I'm sorry.
Wild.
Mrs. Wild.
She's currently patting Charmless on the shoulder and trying to assure him that he still has a life worth living. But it seems Charmless is just muttering and shaking his head, staring forward blankly. She stops what she's doing, though, if you address her.
I grab the table and I crawl up onto the table. It's in front of Charmless Man. And I reach out and I grab his tie and shake him. Do you not really have children?
I had a few kids, yeah.
Do you love them or not?
He kind of just still has the wherewithal to kind of do slight head side to side motions. As if
Really?
Sort of.
Sort of. What is it in your life that makes it worth living?
It's mostly prostitutes and drugs.
Slap him.
Oh.
Slap right across the face. Slap him.
Oh.
My tiny tablet. Pull yourself together.
I don't have any money for prostitutes. And drugs aren't free either, so I guess I could become a prostitute. I could do that again.
Again!
Lucia just looks both sad and disgusted by what she has heard.
My suggestion is to delay this court as much as you possibly can. And we will try to put the judge in his right mind.
Okay. Well, I'll do what I can. And, yeah. I still hate the cops. So don't think that this makes us friends or anything, but I appreciate that you tried to keep me from putting a rope around my neck. Though it may not be successful, I probably will be put on suicide watch when they do take me in.
I am sure you do not wish... Yes, I do not wish to be haunted by you as a ghost, so stay alive.
No, I won't be a ghost. I'm pretty sure there's something in my contract that says that I'll be serving in the afterlife. I don't know. I kind of just signed it quickly because it was a lot of money, and I do like money.
You signed it with Dorable, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Leroy is very good with contracts, I would assume.
He is one of the greatest corporate minds that ever existed.
Terrifying.
It is. Most horrifying person I ever met.
Is it?
It is.
Well, then consider that Lewis is only the second.
I have to call my kids and tell them that I'm their father. He starts to put papers into his briefcase. They should know that I'm their dad before I go away.
Does that mean they don't currently?
Correct.
They did not know before?
He looks at Donaldo. Then looks at you. They didn't.
Yes, you may wish to get your paperwork in order.
He nods his head once and then just walks away very stiffly.
So, how do we track this thing down?
I point my little baby fist to the heavens with one finger extended and say, "To space!"
We just go to space. Alright.
Well, I have asked Rivers if they had spaceships to offer us, and such things were allowed.
Oh, well, damn, that was easy.
I cannot say in what order. I did not get much time to talk. We have been busy, so I suggest we return to Rivers.
Okay.
So, yes, once court is properly adjourned and all parties have left, I would say the group is... You're all left with the feeling that what Lewis was doing was not the law of the land. That was just the law of the sky. Like, he was just deciding, and it was just acts of God. I mean, it was all legal, but none of it really fit the spirit of the law. It was all just the word of the law. And yes, while you were gone, Charmless Man, yes, he is on suicide watch, literally, at this point.
And he's gonna go find
no.
his estranged children and tell them that they are in fact his.
Yeah, all the kids with like half mouse ears. And...
Who's my dad?
Yeah, who could it be? This might come as a surprise, but
Well,
I knew your mother once.
your mother and I had a very magical time with your mother as well. She was there, and your mother was there.
There's one kid that looks like Goofy, and he just kind of like squints. And goes, maybe. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no!
I've always wondered who my father was.
So you have like a Black Dynamite moment of just like, hush now, child. A lot of people have that name.
But yes, after your time in court, you now have, I would say, you almost free period. What is it that you would like to do now? Contact Rivers, I think, was what was said.
Yeah, I guess we should go to space and try to, get everyone's mind back.
All right. Well, Rivers is probably going to have to set something up, but visiting the facility should provide you with more answers, as well as give you the opportunity to speak with a therapist about some of your problems. So we will handle that after a quick break. So go ahead and take your 5 to 10, and then we'll get back to it.
Be right back.
Oh, Mikey, you also missed the part where Charmless admitted that he used to be a prostitute. That's all.
Oh no.
And that he loves hookers and blows, so he can't have those anymore. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Is what life is worth living
I'm sure he'll be
for.
fine. Some people go their whole lives without doing either hookers or blow. So getting to do both, you're already living a better life than most. That's what you tell them.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
Isn't that how percentages work? I don't know.
Okay, be right back for real this time.
All right, who's back? Who's not? See, Mikey's here.
I'm back.
Hello.
Also back.
All right, I think everyone's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Then we will get back to it. So, yes. Some of you wanted to visit the lighthouse to speak to a therapist and for other reasons. So let's go down the list. Unlike previous times, the Dr. Carinella actually would offer a group therapy session, so you guys can all get it out of the way together. If you
Okay.
if you're okay, if your characters are open to that, of course.
Group therapy. That would be interesting. Yeah, why not?
If you choose group therapy, then the first thing that's going to happen is yeah, group. Let's see. Let's get out your. First of all, you'll notice that as you enter through a Thayan door this time, there are several more scanners on the way in, and as anyone is leaving on the way out, they're kind of like they added redundant security checks at this point, and we'll probably have those in place for the foreseeable future after the outbreak incident. There's also, I would say, the staff there is a lot more faceless than it used to be. As in, a lot of them, more of them are wearing facial coverings.
Okay.
Is
So-
it to hide that they're Leroy?
No,
Oh,
they're just all covering their faces.
yeah.
They're all Leroy.
You look.
In Dr. Carinella's office, with all of you seated, once you're all there and ready, she will, of course, put on some very relaxing music. And look at all of you in your current physical conditions and just kind of sigh. Hard day at the office?
You could say that. You could say that a lot.
Well, I don't need to be a doctor to tell you that you all look like you are ready for some kind of vacation, and as I understand it, you are scheduled for time off. It is mandatory, that you take that, and we here at Rivers will also, of course, give you that time off as well. So, as a therapist, I do recommend that you all take a vacation. Congratulations on that. She kind of seems a little bit unsure of just how to express herself.
It is mandatory. Oh, did we lose him?
Yeah, he's just sick.
No, it's coughing.
Oh no!
Um,
Stop dying of COVID, stop it. Oh.
Lord of the Ring gif. Okay. Yes, it is mandatory. Correct, she says as she goes over her notes for each of you.
Must we take it immediately?
Yes, that would be the proper thing to do, Doctor. If you don't take your time off when they tell you to, you're putting yourself at greater mental risk. And as I understand it, going over some of these charts that are right in front of me, it seems like there may be some erratic or strange behavior that you would maybe like to speak with me about, I think.
I speak, looks around at the group and kind of slowly breathes out. It is no longer an issue.
Oh.
I mean, it's therapy. You can just tell her.
That is to say, the target of my unwarranted aggressions is now deceased.
I don't say it was unwanted.
Unwarranted. Cortland did not deserve the vehemence of which my body wished to exert upon him. No.
Oh, okay, like that. Yeah. Yeah. Then I guess that's a little more consent needed.
No. No. You are misunderstanding, although that was also very tempting. I mean, I think some part of me knew that he would become Leroy and wished him dead even before that.
She looks over her notes. That's a lot. The idea with group therapy, I thought, was that it would be good for you as a group to actually air some of the things that you're thinking and feeling, of course, and maybe there would be some understanding and you guys could support each other while you're outside of this office. But murder seems to be a problem, Doctor? Or
no,
was?
I mean, I think Mikey would go, I support her dating a Leroy clone that doesn't become Leroy. I mean, I didn't think Cortland was gonna, but, you know.
Uh-huh.
I did appreciate Mikey being I believe it is called a wingman, which is appropriate as you have wings. But this was...
Doctor, because this is group therapy, I'm going to just pass you a piece of paper, and I would just like it if you would check yes or no, and everyone else, I'm going to have to do, we'll say the honor system, that you will not peek or use any sort of clairvoyance or extra prehensile eye stalks or supernatural awareness of any kind, because this is quite a personal matter, but I know it's group therapy and you can't control everything. So she just hands you a folded piece of paper I speak.
What does it say?
It says, "Are you in love with the Antichrist?" Question mark, and then a yes or a no. She just kind of folds her hands on her lap and stares at you.
And she puts the paper down and puts her head in her hands and just kind of stares at it.
I think I know which answer. Then you don't need to check the box. That was just for a bit of levity. That is complicated. Okay, well.
If it makes you feel any better, and Mikey says that, goes, I didn't read the note, but she likes all the Leroys that aren't Leroy. He's an ass. We all know that.
I understand that it is difficult. She looks off to the side. It's also difficult to talk about this. This is probably better for a private session to cover that part. Just we should probably return to the murderous impulse. Doctor, you were having trouble with murder. That is a problem, but you're saying that it is no longer a problem because the target of your murderous impulse has been murdered, correct?
Yes. But I think I may need to be in jail.
Oh, why is that?
Because I was the one who murdered him.
Oh, I see. She just starts to write that down. Do you mean figuratively or?
I think Mikey kind of just does a quick grimace,
Literally, okay. She just writes that part down.
Technically, she also brought him back to life one time, so I feel like that's even.
I don't know that's.
Did you write
how that works? But
you didn't write that down. The first time was bringing him back to life. If that also helps.
Sure. She writes it down, but is seemingly doing exaggerated writing as if to just demonstrate that she is writing.
I was gonna say, I feel like without using any sort of standard thing, Mikey can tell. Just he's just perceptive enough to just be like, okay, don't have to.
Writing. Maybe you can't see it.
Just doing a circle.
Yeah, it just says Detective De La Cruz, anxiety and insistence? Question mark. Okay, well, we can return back to that. I think, Doctor. Thank you for sharing. Detective Cornell, I believe you have been having some issues too. Would you like to speak on those at all, or do you feel comfortable to do so?
I feel like it's a little weird because, I found a body in my cafeteria this morning.
Okay, she just starts writing that down. And
wait, what?
You found a body.
Yes.
Was it one that you had left there, or is this...
No, I don't remember ever seeing that person before. I killed Inferno and Rhesus, but those are the only two people I remember intentionally doing that to, and both of those were self-defense.
Yeah, about that. I happen to notice that the police did not put you on leave after those murders. Well, we'll call them, yes, murder is fine. Killings. Did you at all feel that maybe you should have been given some time after taking a life, or did you feel anything from the events that took place?
They were both going to keep killing more people, so I felt it was certainly my duty to at least make sure, because not only did they threaten my kids, they also threatened hundreds of people, so I felt kind of a little justified for those two in particular. Otherwise, I usually don't try killing someone as the first result. Like, usually you try to talk them down, but those two were not talked downable.
I see. And there was no. Were there any symptoms that occurred after these killings, such as headache, inability to sleep, memory lapse,
All
general
of the
anxiety? Oh,
all of
really?
the above, except for the last one. All of the above. I remember after Reese's, I I wanted to stay in the tenements for like to kind of just reflect, and then I don't know how I got outside, and I just remember being in the room, and then the next moment I'm completely outside somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. She writes something else down.
There's
That's.
also I've also
Oh,
been noticing like I've had to patch the wall a lot more than I remember ever having to before.
I
Like
see.
yeah.
I see. That's well, it's very good that you are honest about issues that you might be having. I appreciate that, and I'm sure your coworkers do as well. Moving on to you, Detective Orinoco, and yeah, have you been having any issues or anything that you might need to discuss here with the group related to your job, stress, life?
I don't know how I'm gonna feed a whole intake of people. I just wasn't expecting it all.
Oh, you do volunteer work, correct, in your city?
Right. Dorbo sort of set us up with a shelter that could be used for multiple. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. But yeah, I've been stressed about it. There's a soup kitchen, that stretches things out, but we're over capacity. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I think I can just overstretch myself like that. I don't even have my own. Never mind. It's actually pretty. In the grand scheme of things, I just need to get myself together.
I see. And you have no such incidents as the other two coworkers that you have, such as memory problems, periods where you may have blacked out, um, urges to do violence.
What? No, no, of course not. Hey, whatever became of that Stone Sour guy?
Oh, he's in treatment.
What does that mean? You're helping him?
But I believe that would fall under doctor-patient confidentiality.
Oh, right.
I will say that he's on the road to recovery.
Alright. Well, no, I haven't had any blackout spells or anything. I had an incident with green crack, but I think it's mostly out of my system. I don't think I'll get
She looks around the room. I'm sorry, what is green crack?
Okay, so do you know who the Lords of Acid are? Because that's going to be sort of the starting point.
I have a vague awareness of a criminal organization.
Yep. Okay, so they created a new drug. We just kind of call it green crack right now. It's kind of like it's specifically designed for mer folks such as ourselves. So it's it's really bad. They had a whole truck full of it apparently that they tried to let loose on the city during all the chaos and the riots.
Yeah.
And you pretty much took care of it herself. I know Claudia showed up after she dealt with the weird fly guy, and they kind of contained it. But I know, and you probably got hit with a good amount of it.
I see. She writes that down.
Yeah, she did kind of. It looked like she fell into a sinkhole for a big while there.
Right, the pit, I believe it's called here.
Yeah, how could I forget? I think I saw Thea crash into the planet.
Did you see that? Okay, she just writes that down. You saw the beginning of, I suppose, the formation of what we now refer to as Earth in the pit after you'd been heavily dosed with green crack.
An unambiguous new drug that's flooding the trenches and is. Yeah.
Okay, she just writes that down, and that is.
To be fair, we did stop the production of it. I mean, not all the way, but definitely by a lot. I broke up a child drug ring. The kids were being forced to make it. They weren't doing it on purpose.
Okay. Have any of you received a professional psych eval as part of your job recently? Just
No, not since the last time we were here, I don't think.
Do you count? Because otherwise, no, we have not seen. I mean, I haven't seen. I don't know if the others have seen that. State section psychologist or whatever they're called.
I believe in your instances, because you are considered to be agents of Rivers, this would count as a official psych evaluation. Although there would need to be one-on-one evaluations for it to be, like paperwork worthy. Obviously, that can be handled, and I am here and happy to help. And finally, as we are moving on here, Detective De La Cruz, have you had any sort of incidents that you would like to share or feel comfortable sharing?
Oh, let's see. I wanted to eat a fly, but that was not when we were doing the case with Reese. That was when we were doing the case with Nathaniel. I rescued a bunch of kids from the Lords of Acid who were peddling and creating green crack using, I assume, other blood types. It was a whole weird thing set up. That was only because I had a ghost orphan attached to me because I was being attacked by one of the Antichrist people. Is she? Oh. Did you bring her here? Where's Alsatia?
No, we don't have that person currently in custody. But if you happen to find them out in the wild, we, I believe, are definitely looking to put them into treatment.
Okay, well, yeah. So there was that. She got me real good, which is why I'm. And he just kind of like looks at himself, and so that happened.
I believe that was also Helena.
Oh yeah, Helena. She treated me like roadkill, which is why I really am the worst. But Alsatia got me to. Let's see. I got lost in the woods with somebody who I thought was Macaroni Manners' brother, but I don't think he is. I don't think we ever really figured out what their deal was. We went into some fantasy land. That might be because he's a Knight of Sidonia, though.
I mean, just so we're clear, you got lost in the woods and then went to a magical fantasy land with someone you think might have been somebody you knew, but you're not sure. Now, this magical fantasy land had what was it that made it magical exactly?
I mean, it was your staple like high fantasy stuff, knights and swords and sorcery. We rode in on a unicorn. I think there was a dragon.
Oh yeah, but I need to go get something. You can just keep talking. It's
like I said, like Knights of Sidonia.
Of course. She stands up after putting her pad down on the table next to her and walks over to a closet.
The Knights of Sidonia. They're...
Yes, I have heard of the Knights of Sidonia. They are a group of samurai that believe themselves to be knights from storybooks and the like. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. She opens the closet and begins to pull out 4 white bundles. Looks like some kind of fabric. And just stacks them all on top of each other, making sure that they are nice and evenly folded. There we go. She brings them back over and puts them on the table in front of herself. And so these Knights of... if you could continue with your story, the Knights of Sidonia, you were involved with them, and you went to a magical fantasy land. And how did you return?
I just kind of remember waking up in a field. I was gone for a couple of days. I mean, they can account for my missing time. Obviously, I can only describe the... And he kind of like... His face is staring, but obviously, like, his eyes are kind of everywhere on his head, so they aren't really looking anywhere. And he goes, yeah, I can only tell you what I experienced, and that was a high fantasy adventure.
Of course.
Yeah.
She starts to rub her arms. They keep the air conditioning pretty cold in here. Are you all chilly? I have some comfortable jackets that you can wear. She motions towards the table. Voluntarily, of course. They're just here to keep you comfortable while you are enjoying the session.
Thanks for the offer.
Nobody is interested in being warmer?
Doc, if you're gonna put us in straitjackets, I gotta be honest with you. Half of us here don't have bones. That's not gonna work.
She seems a little confused and picks up one of the fabric squares and unfolds it, showing that it is just like, it's a kind of a white fleece. It's just these jackets that I like to keep in the office for patients, as it is actually kind of regular that the air conditioner is a little strong here. We're kind of in one of the ventilation corners of the tower, so...
I feel like he notices that, realizes the faux pas, and Mikey starts looking up at the air ducts and goes,
You guys don't have room? Like, your room isn't separate on the AC from the others? That's ridiculous. His office should be climate controlled.
Honestly, it is climate controlled. It's just the way that it's set up, unfortunately. Feels very drafty. But if you're not cold, then I suppose she starts to pull on one of the jackets herself.
I'm a little exposed. I'll take one too.
Oh, she hands you one of the white fleece jackets. Anyway.
Thanks.
Does
No.
she look? Is she exhibiting experience like cold?
Oh yeah,
She
she looks pretty chilly.
Okay.
And you guys probably do notice it does feel pretty chilly in here. Not as big a deal for you because you are mermen, but as a human, she definitely looks like she is chilled.
Okay. Yeah. I'm grabbing. I'll grab one just to get put over my baby form.
yeah, I think Mikey would take one, just because he probably would not say no to a possibly free coat.
It's a nice coat, actually. It just feels like they got it from a good supplier. Oh, good. Detective Cornell, I guess you would rather rough it out.
Yes. I'm a little. I don't really like confined spaces right now.
Understandable. Straight jackets. We don't really do that anymore and haven't for quite some time, Detective. But I appreciate that you... I think we're making a joke.
Yeah. Well, you don't make straitjackets out of fleece.
No, not typically. It wouldn't be strong enough to hold the criminally insane. But these jackets are actually quite durable as well. Some people do take them outdoors, so they are white, so they show dirt pretty easily. Easy to clean, though. Those of you who are wearing the jackets, I would say they actually do feel very warm and comfortable.
I speak. Just put one on for solidarity.
Yeah.
Maybe
Sure.
she's cold-blooded, so I don't know if the sweater would actually make her any worse.
Enya starts to look a little drowsy in her sweater. She also looks a little stupid in it.
Great.
It's very likely that we'll have to have some one-on-one sessions in the future so that we can address some of the issues that you've discussed with me. But while normal human psychologists and psychology cover a very broad ground of conditions that could be associated with the things that you are experiencing, merman psychology is not necessarily well understood, I would say, by the majority of medical professionals currently operating on, the Earth, or anywhere else, for that matter. But I will say that some of the bioscans that I've been seeing from when you entered the facility, combined with the symptoms that you are currently telling me about, and the experiences that you've had while dealing with stand users, likely is the result of not a psychological issue, but one of your biology, if that helps at all. I feel like I'm giving the puberty talk, which is uncomfortable, but your bodies are changing, and unfortunately that is going to have effects on your hormones and your general physiology and psychology as a result. The molecular control that you are currently registered at, she puts on a very small pair of reading glasses and then brings up a very finely printed, looks like just strip of paper. I'm not Dr. Holmes, but if I'm looking at this, some of you are experiencing the same sort of, I don't know what you want to call it, physiological, psychological ailments as people that have gone through extremely tremendous amounts of changes to the body, which could include amputation or organ transplanting. But in this case, the effect is going completely unmedicated and without any assistance. And because of that, some of the things you're experiencing could be related to the same mechanisms that cause phantom limb syndrome, or really a whole host of other sort of neurological issues. What I'm saying here is, while I respectfully understand that at least one of you holds a PhD, this is perhaps a little bit above some of your current understandings of yourself and the limits of modern medicine. She folds up the strip of paper neatly and places it with her other belongings. Because of that, we may need to have some more screenings as well, and there may be some. I'm going to ask Dr. Holmes to take some samples, and besides that, and the one-on-one sessions, which I will of course offer, I will also see about helping to figure out a medication schedule for all of you.
All of us taking medication?
Well, yes. I think it would probably be for the best until we help see some symptoms even out. Well, you may not be too affected. I believe that your coworkers may be going through some issues where chemical intervention could help.
This isn't some sort of sneaky catch-all to try out some experimental drugs at the Santana cells, is it?
She kind of looks a little surprised. Well, no, I'm not a pharmacist, and um, I'm just a clinical therapist. And I have a lot of different fields that I have some expertise in. Actually, that's why I'm here at Rivers. But no, you're not guinea pigs, and there will be no straitjackets, or you don't even have to take these prescribed medications if you do not feel like they are appropriate for you, or you start to experience side effects that interfere with your line of work. It's more to help, I think, remove some of the strangeness that you're currently experiencing.
Well, we probably could use some more support. Merfolk, that is. Psychiatric drugs and all that. Yeah. Sounds good.
Sure. Well, rest assured, while it may seem that some of us, as in the personnel of Rivers, are, how do I say this? There may be times when you feel as though you are being used by Rivers, and that is understandable. In fact, there are times when I feel like I may be used by this organization. But personally, I have your best interests at heart. I do personally believe that the work you are doing is good, and there are things that you can do that I simply could not, because I am, well, here. And I don't get to go outside very often. So you are pretty much working to do good in the world, and I am working to do good by you.
So, by extension, right, this should be only good. Thank you.
I understand your apprehension and maybe even healthy amount of paranoia. It is, of course, a dangerous game one plays when we place our lives in the hands of a shadowy organization that has doors that can go all over the world and beyond. And I also know that Director Volta is a reformed killer robot. So it makes sense to be suspicious. It really does. It's healthy. But I am just a person, personally, and I have really no sinister intent or anything like that. In fact, I think that if someone were to do a psychological evaluation on me, they would probably say that I'm a little too nice to be in this line of work. I mean, this specific one. But I don't think that it's much of a problem. And I'm pretty sure some of the personnel who work here are glad to see a face that is not necessarily attached to a hardened soldier, or mad scientist, or cybernetic soldier of fortune. So I'd like to think that I provide a little bit of balance here at the lighthouse, and with the director, of course. Hopefully that puts your mind a little bit at ease.
You know, could use a second opinion on something.
And what might that be, Detective?
A little while back, Maddie did something and made one of the crowns revert, or I don't know, it changed them. So it sort of just never left me that there is some sort of connection between, well, Leroy and at least one of the crowns.
I see.
You're with Rivers. You seem to know enough.
I am. And you're right. I do perhaps know a bit more than a regular old therapist would. The connection. You're worried or concerned that there is some sort of tie between Black Swan and, as you said, one of the crowns.
I haven't quite put the whole global picture together in my head, but I guess you seem pretty trustworthy. I'm just wondering what you think about it.
She leans back in her chair. What I think. What I think is that humanity created the concept of evil. And because of that, as a concept, evil needed a face, needed someone to blame for the idea of evil. As religion started to become more prominent, that idea of evil typically became the enemy of the good that created this world. And in time, those concepts evolved. Now, I only dabble in anthropology and religious study. It's part of the work. But I have noticed that there is a trend of such things. If the egregori exist in the way that we understand that they exist, as in personifications of what humanity largely believes, we can assume, perhaps, the idea of evil then has its egregori. Do you follow what I'm saying?
So there's probably some sort of evil egregori.
Some kind of evil egregori that we may have currently locked up, some sort of thing that calls itself the Antichrist or the Elf King, the Earl Koenig. That seems to be responsible for just about every bad thing that happens by his own admission and historical record. So that is one possible explanation. If it seems as though the Black Swan is involved with something that is evil, that may be your answer and your biggest hint, actually, as to how to deal with it. One simply needs to change the idea of evil in order to get the egregori that represents it to perhaps change as well. Of course, that's an easier said than done kind of thing. People have been struggling with the idea of evil and revolutionizing what we think of as evil or good for pretty much all of humanity. Assigning it different powers, names, faces, numbers. At one point, it was even legion, which, the many. So, not too distant, actually, from what we are currently dealing with the mind virus that is Leroy. I guess what I'm trying to say is there probably is some connection. But the question is it a chicken or an egg situation? I've been wondering about this sort of thing myself as we've come to study the entity Adamus Leroy. Is he the cause? Or is he simply the explanation for evil? Is he truly the Antichrist, or did he just start calling himself that because humanity demanded there be one? Same with his title as the Earl Koenig, or the Knife in the Dark, or the, believe it or not, the Pied Piper. I mean, the list of titles is probably longer than I have paper for.
So basically, there was a bit of a, you could say, power vacuum in the human conception of evil, and he just happened to fill it. Maybe.
There could be one explanation. The old joke is that, well, it's not really a joke, I guess it's more of a convention. If somebody stubs their toe, they'll occasionally yell out. But one thing that people really used to love to yell out, and probably still do, is God damn it. God damn it. Strange string of words, if you really think about it. God damn what? The toe? The wall? The action? The pain? And what does that mean exactly when God damns one of these things? I personally don't know. I don't really say that sort of thing when I stub my toe. I usually just say some 4-letter word or another. But still, even something as simple as a toe stubbing against a wall elicits the idea of divine intervention, cause, effect, and even retribution. So I'm probably rambling, but it is possible that, yes, because humanity needed evil to have a face, a name, goal, a motivation, even passion for the job, we ended up with something like Leroy. In which case, you as police officers are essentially combating all of evil in a way when you deal with his machinations. Of course, this is just a theory. Dr. Holmes is insistent that Leroy is actually a virus from a different reality, which, I mean, scientifically, he is probably right about that. And Director Volta just assumes that Leroy is an inevitability, and that even if no one made him, he would just be made anyway, and probably has always been this way. And so he's some kind of metaphysical ticking time bomb, which also still is borne out by some of the evidence that we've seen. All of these things could be true, and none of them could be, and could be something else entirely. He could just be a bored office worker in a cubicle somewhere playing a video game.
Thank you. That was insightful.
You think so? I find myself more confused when I consider all the possibilities like that. And there are more, trust me.
It's food for thought. There's a lot going on.
I am unsure how to convince humanity that there is no such thing as the concept of evil.
I don't know that anyone has the answer to that, unfortunately. So you're right to find that whole problem to be overwhelming. I think it would be easier to just personally punch evil in the face and call it a day if it was that simple, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Or maybe it's fortunate that it isn't, because then what's to stop evil from just punching us in our face, and so on and so forth? Then I guess a direct solution would have to involve, unfortunately, some sort of understanding.
Well, thankfully evil is currently in whatever you guys call jail here.
Oh, I wish it worked like that, but unfortunately, no. Evil is still quite alive and well, I would say. We may have the main body of Leroy currently in containment, but there is really nothing to stop anyone from committing vile, heinous acts and blame the devil for what they've done, or a voice in their head, or aliens, or, well, you know how it is. You're all police officers, so.
Right.
The only way, I would assume, for things to change is for the dawning of, I guess, a new age. Something completely, radically different. But who can say how that would happen? Director Volta has his ideas, and maybe Leroy has his, and Levici has his own. Or maybe you all have an idea of how that could happen, or what it might even look like. But whatever does happen, I'm pretty sure the old world will have to fade away in order for that to become a reality. It's a little bit unsettling at times. Well, I think our time is up. You can keep those jackets, of course. You may find them comfortable, although I understand Guam is quite warm. Recent weather patterns on the island actually indicate that there is a cold front moving in. So you may find those to be handy in the days, weeks to come. If you have any other questions, of course, I am here to answer them. And I highly encourage all of you to schedule that one-on-one time with me so that we can really go over some of your issues without you having to worry so much about sounding crazy in front of your coworkers, which I wish Dr. Holmes had that sort of hesitation. He sounds pretty crazy all the time.
Oh no, we deal with a lot of crazy, so I don't think we'd sound crazy to each other.
I'm
None of
sure
what they
that-
just said sounds outrageous.
Yes, they all sound like they make much sense.
Little worried about the time blindness with Claudia, though, but you know,
I'm
Oh, we can
sure
put it-
it's fine. Except for the body, actually. That is a mystery. So
Yeah, I did call in, and so I guess I'll find out sometime.
I see. She goes to write that down too. And they, okay, yeah, sure. And you are currently free to walk around. So I guess they just had no issue with the body in your cupboard.
They sort of looked at me strange because I threw out some fingers that was in the fridge, but
You threw out the what?
yeah, there were some fingers in the fridge. I threw them out because I thought it was just
were
like
the
one of
fingers?
those-
Did the fingers belong to the body, or are those separate?
I don't know.
What do you mean
I
you
thought
didn't check the hand?
You threw out evidence?
In my defense, I was really fucking tired, and the whole fridge was covered in ice cream. So I thought it was just one of those crazy
no,
things.
Claudia,
I
Claudia,
imagined.
no, we're detectives. You don't get to say I was bored and tired. I didn't want to deal with evidence and throw it away. That's not he's like actually like almost vibrating a little.
Dr. Speak at him are like, ah.
I get it, Claudia. These guys are just forensic nerds. I probably was by accident.
See, I mean, my whole fridge was covered in ice cream. Like, I thought it was a freaking prank. Okay.
I think using like the merman like too fast for anyone else to understand speak, I think Mikey very quickly looks at Icebeak and just goes, "We can't let them work a case together ever again without one of us there." And like he knows that there's a chance they can hear him say that, but it's only the four of us that are gonna hear it.
I speak has a lamprey in her hair that nods. He's got so many eyes.
What, are you kidding me? We can
Yeah.
just get a god to come and join, just pass judgment.
Oh, yes, speaking of
Nope.
which, oh, no, I have, curiosity for you, regarding the Egregori.
What about them?
I think they are, well, we know they are going insane, and because they are blocked off from their core, I assume.
Oh yeah, can Rivers get us into space? Or at least, not necessarily we have to break orbit, but if we could get put into orbit, we gotta stop a satellite.
I think that is possible.
Or at least get the guy in it out. So, whatever we can do with that.
Well, I am not obviously a technical person and not involved in any aerospace ventures, but I can certainly look into it for you.
Oh, my question for you was regarding would you be willing there seems to be treatment for the gods here.
That is correct.
So if I were to refer someone to you, a god, would you just arrest them, or would you be able to take
Nope.
their
We would-
psychological eval?
We would likely put them into a containment unit similar to, the entity you know as Clint Westwood, Kev, Kevon, as he is known in another life, and also Rich Tan, the entity known as DZ, and of course, Adamus Leroy. It would be placed beside those figures, and we do have containment units in an appropriate number for all of the egregory.
It's fine. We're gonna try the satellite thing first, I think.
Question, and you really do not have to answer this if you do not want to, but you are asking because there is currently an egregory on Guam, I am assuming?
Yes.
Yeah.
You may have to forgive Rivers if we make an assessment that that individual, whoever they might be, would need to be brought in and contained. I would guess by your hesitation that this may be someone you do not necessarily want to have taken into custody.
Yeah, he seems. He's in his right mind, but at the same time, he also tries to do good.
Of course, it is common, actually. The sort of narrow-minded focus that requires the egregory to maintain a connection with the concept with which they are aligned also causes them, when that connection has been severed, to revert to more what we would say are obsessive patterns, in some cases really enlarged ego or sense of self. I mean, they could hardly be blamed for that, but also sort of very, very, very single-minded focus on concepts that they were aligned with as a method to fix problems. Unfortunately, in Mr. Westwood's case, that is violence. I do not believe him to be criminally insane or anything of that note, but when you're a hammer, everything is a nail. So it's better that we take care of the issue sooner rather than later. You understand what I mean, of course.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
I know.
no, I get it.
Yes, the nano machines should probably not spread across the earth.
And cleanse all organic life, I think he was hinting at.
You are speaking of, she flips through some of her papers. Should be Lewis Clark, then.
Yes.
I see. Rest assured, the matter will be handled with care and discretion, but we will be aiming to take him in now that we have things settled here at the lighthouse.
Alright, but I don't know, just you all seem to be run, I'd like to stress, by an ex-evil robot Lewis Clark himself made, so I also have some hesitation because Stone Sour kind of made it seem like maybe it wasn't great that you guys had so much control. I don't know, I'm just...
I do. No, I do agree with her. Like, I forgive this if it comes off kind of rude. But you have essentially a whole area that's like completely in control of several egregory. You have a head guy who is connected to the egregory. You have that EE, which is a robot of influenced by the egregory. it seems very top heavy on that front, and it seems a little bit much.
I,
There seems to be a lot of power concentrated there. That's a little worrying.
I understand those concerns, of course. But I do believe in the mission of this organization, and I also feel that the alternatives are a bit too dangerous. We could try to contain these people or split them up into different areas, but I'm not sure that that would be feasible. Here at the lighthouse, we are able to contain even Leroy, who I think you'll admit is quite powerful and influential. I mean, his machinations are still running rampant, even though, by his own admission, he does not currently have the sort of fourth dimensional awareness that he normally would outside of his cell. In other words, even while blind, he is able to set up and execute pretty extensive operations. And that is just one figure that we're discussing. If we allow the egregore to run loose and rampant while they are under great psychological strain, then what are we to do? As you said, nanomachines flooding the world, that is a sort of apocalypse.
Yes.
Help us with the satellite situation. Maybe that'll change something.
Perhaps it will. Of course, I will go out on a limb here and say that it may not be possible, or it may be more involved than you realize when it comes to going into space. Should that be the case, we really cannot take any more time when it comes to any of these egregore that may be wandering the Earth. So until that solution is deployed, we will probably have to do more or less what I've said with not only Lewis Clark, but any egregore that we happen to catch on the planet. If necessary, we may have to even... Well, I think that's something for the future. But ask yourself this. If these powers that have really godly levels of influence over the world are able to be befuddled by what is essentially a giant field that blocks them from their psychic connection, then wouldn't it be better for all of us, really, if we could contain them and put them to use in a way that is orderly, controlled, productive, peaceful? Things that we could do with that sort of ability and influence are kind of countless. I mean,
yeah, but at the same time, they're also people. Like, I know, I get where you're coming from, but I don't think you could really say a prison like that is really living at all. Like, I mean, this kind of gets into a philosophy thing, because, like, if you keep them and, try to control them in an orderly manner, isn't that just exerting your influence on them, and then in turn their influence on the rest? So it kind of creates another version of the NWO that I'm not really sure I'm comfortable with.
I understand your hesitation here, Detective, but what are the alternatives exactly? Let's say that we do solve this space issue with the field that is currently blocking the egregore. 1,000 years from now, it happens again. This time with even greater levels of technology, because the world has advanced, obviously. And it becomes a problem that is not really going to be solved with just a rocket and a plucky crew of detectives. What then? Do we condemn future generations of humanity to the inevitability of a doomsday scenario because we have feelings about freedom and agency? Do we explain to them that it was very important for these beings or figures to have their independence and freedom? And that's why their world is currently being melted into debris? We have a responsibility, I feel, to both the current world and the world of the future to ensure that these sorts of incidents do not happen again, and also that there is not a Leroy running around causing this amount of mischief and mayhem, if he is indeed the person responsible for such things.
I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, again, you're imprisoning people and then unduly exerting your influence over them to then influence others, creating. You get where I'm coming from, where it's like a pyramid situation of you're on top because you control kind of how they're influenced and you're limiting their influence, which I get, I understand. But at the same time, isn't it also then the duty to find out a way to contain them that isn't going to put someone else on top of that? And like, yes, perhaps I trust Mars Volta, but the person that comes after him, which eventually will, whether or not someone is elected or whatever, maybe he dies, maybe he doesn't, who knows? But person that comes after him or gets control of Rivers then has control over the whole little group you have contained well within. So there's the problem of an outside group or a new group taking over the old, as groups tend to happen. Ideology changes. So then you have a group that contains these egregori, and they have influence over them that it then cascades downward into further influence, which could easily do the same thing that you're proposing they'll do on their own 1,000 years in the future. We can't operate, I think, on total unknowns. We have to figure out a method that is not going to unduly impact those lives both in both ways, I think, because both of them are negative in their own manners.
Okay, well, what is your plan then?
I kind of think we need to find a place for them away from our reality, maybe?
So your idea is to exile them from reality and hope that they never find their way back and maybe try to get revenge on you for doing that. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting we find a way that satisfies, uh, tries to satisfy as many people as possible, because there is no good solution here. There's no fun, easy solution. There's not going to be, uh, without influencing everyone else and putting someone else on top. Because that's what it comes down to, is a new boss at the head.
Well, that was certainly a lot, I think, but to go over some ideas here. Rivers has been around for a bit of time, and there has been research put into the outcomes alternative strategies that we are currently employing. Your concept that everyone needs or should be in some way, I think, made happy is nice, but unfortunately, it does not seem entirely feasible. To merely approach the idea, for example, that we need to or should remove them from reality would be to remove human thought from reality. reality, since they are composed of human thought, which is important to note because that means they are not people in the traditional sense that you are currently assigning them the title or label of human. They are actually not at all. They're more like living, walking archetypes. Like if there was the concept of bravery or the concept of hunger or death or anything, they're that sort of thing. So the only way for you to properly get rid of them or put them in a place where they can't harm anyone is to give every single human a lobotomy. And I do not say that lightly because it has been considered. Of course, it was proposed by Dr. Holmes, but nobody really took it seriously. You know what I mean? If we do not contain them, then they're going to be out there and there is going to be interference with them. If we do contain them, they do not have to be separate from reality. Thus, human thought does not need to be disrupted. Life goes on. Your concerns about the hierarchy present, perfectly understandable. But unfortunately, that is going to be an issue with any sort of containment effort. Even your efforts to exile or remove them from reality could themselves be influenced by somebody who wants to have top dominating position in light of that power vacuum, if it were even possible. So I think those are pretty much your options: containment, genocide, or at least mass lobotomy, or roll the dice and, I guess, let them run wild and free. That is pretty much what you're dealing with. Earlier, when I said the idea of evil would need to be changed amongst humanity in order for perhaps someone like Leroy to stop being what he is, I meant that as being true for all of the egregores, since Dr. Holmes may not technically want to classify him as one. I feel like he has pretty much all of the markings of being egregore. You really need to, I think, wrestle with the idea that it's humanity, really, that you're dealing with when you deal with the egregore. It isn't simply that they may feel or talk or say that they're detached, that they're above, but no, they are not. They are, in fact, the sum total of many strong human thoughts. That is what an egregore is. If you think of some sort of alternative that does not involve us putting a drill into the heads of every man, woman, and child on earth, then I would be more than willing to read your proposal and vet it before it is presented to Director Volta. But in the meantime, the organization will continue to do its work. And unfortunately, that will have to go on with or without your consent. You have been all very useful members and agents when it comes to dealing with some of the events that have taken place over the past year. I personally feel that your psychological profiles have made you very well suited for work here. And in the future, once many of these issues are resolved, I would like for there to be an even better working relationship with all four of you as individuals and as agents of Rivers. But if you present yourself as being somehow antagonistic to the goals that Rivers hopes to achieve, unfortunately, it will need to be dealt with as well, because I would consider us to be friends. But that does not, unfortunately, give you the agency to tell us what to do and what not to do. We work with you, not for you. We try to help you, and we give you, when we feel it is appropriate, information, directives, and assistance and support. But that does not give you the place, I do not think, to tell us whether or not what we are doing is good or bad, unless you really do feel the way that you do in a very, very strong, sort of deep moral fashion. If you disagree with what Rivers does, I think you have to do what is best for your heart, of course, and your soul. But I'd really rather we work together, I think. All of us here and all of you there in Guam. Hopefully you feel the same way, Detective Cornell. You are not looking to oppose Rivers at this point, are you? Because some of the rhetoric that you've said just now does make it sound like you are.
No, I'm just saying there are a lot of concerns I have, and I feel it's just too much power concentrated in one place.
Well, your concerns have been noted, and I will pass them along to the director. They will not be ignored. That's really the most that I can do. Otherwise, we have far too much invested into our current operation to halt or change directions on such a thing as a question of whether or not things will go well in 100, 200, 300 years with our current plan. Our plan is for 10,000, 100,000, million years if we can help it. If there's even a world left to help. I suppose that really depends on how we handle things right now in this current era.
Yeah, and we'll be cooperating with Rivers.
That would really be for the best, I think. And I'm really not saying that in a way that's meant to be threatening, so apologies. That's not my style. I mean more in the world is already so unpredictable, and there are really so many threats currently walking around. I know you see them all the time, even in the streets of your city, much less around the world, where the New World Order is currently gathering momentum and is now this monolithic, tyrannical, corporate Frankenstein. It can get rather overwhelming, I'm sure. It's overwhelming to me, and I'm not even in the field.
Right. There's stuff going on everywhere.
Of course. I think that about wraps up our time, unless there are other questions that you would have for me.
May we visit our uncle?
Oh, you mean Stone Sour?
Correct.
Yes, I do think that would be possible. I will try to set up an appointment for you.
Thank you.
Of course. Though he may try to get out. I would really advise that you do not attempt to assist him until we are done with treatment. He was exposed to the virus, and it had a very strange effect, I think, on him because of his really high level of molecular control and his lack of awareness about certain things. In other words, I don't want to call him a danger to himself because I'm not sure that he can endanger himself quite like I am worried about, but he may be a threat to others. And he is also very sure along the lines of what you've stated, Detective Cornell, that we are some kind of evil organization that is attempting to take over the world by capturing all the egregore and whatever. If we do let him out, which I personally have said that we should, when he is feeling a little bit more cordial. If he were to get out currently, I'm pretty sure he would attempt to destroy the lighthouse and everyone in it, including myself. So if you do have any care for at least my life, I would not let him free quite yet. Again, we are not trying to hold him indefinitely. He actually can provide a wealth of scientific information that would be very useful to our organization and probably the world at large, considering how familiar he is with moon technology. But for the moment, he is a little bit... He's angry. He's got a lot of anger.
It's just his personality.
Right. there have been more than enough fiery temperament jokes to last a lifetime, but they needed to be made because he is quite hot-blooded. Oh, she kind of stops herself. That was not, I did not intend that pun at all. So, I truly did. She kind of like shakes her head and starts writing down on her paper. If that is all, though, I do believe you have other things that you probably should be attending to here at the lighthouse, and I know that I have some work that I should be doing.
Are we still signing up? Sorry. Are we still signing up for solo?
Oh, yes, of course. You can sign up for an appointment with me before you go if you'd like. It includes you, Detective Cornell, though we may have had a disagreement. I do think that you could use the one-on-one time, and please do take a fleece. I mean, at least you can maybe give it to one of your children. They're very comfortable. I try to give them to everyone when I can. We actually ordered far too many.
Maybe so.
She stands from her seat and folds her hands in front of her waist. Well then, session officially concluded. I will take some of the information that I have gathered from you today and use it to form a more accurate psychological profile that will hopefully be of assistance to you when you need it the most.
It'd be appreciated.
With that, she, first of all, will bring over a small tray of glasses of water with a few pieces of, it looks like just a nice pastry that has a very white glaze on the outside and sort of intricate black lines that have been drawn across them. She places them down on the table. Feel free to enjoy some of these if you would like. And the water, of course, is extremely filtered, some of the most high quality that you would find anywhere. And you are all, of course, free to just take whatever time you need. And I suppose I will see you when you decide to schedule a one-on-one therapy session with yours truly.
I speak will take a water and schedule.
Okay. What about the rest of you? She doesn't seem to be trying to push you towards taking a pastry, but judging by the look of the icing work, these seem to be handmade. And judging by the pattern matching somewhat her clothing and hair, likely homemade by her.
Balls. She's patient. She likes to bake. And then thoughtful decoration. How cute.
No one takes a pastry?
I would.
Oh, Mikey's gonna take a pastry? Okay, when you do
Yeah.
that, you can hear her kind of breathe very slowly, like just release a breath.
I think he would take it and take a bite of it right there, so he can.
Eat it extra slowly.
Well, so that he can at least say something about it and not just like take it and leave. He can be like, "Oh wow, you make these jokes. How do they taste?" Or is my mouth about to explode because I ate the stand?
These taste like the most textbook perfect, I would say, pastries you could imagine. The sugar used was a proper type, confection and granular, though made from cane sugar. The flour tastes like it was perfectly sifted so that the interior of the pastry has the perfect amount of layers to it. The butter used in this case seems to be not natural, but somehow superior in a way. It's either some kind of engineered product or it is an alternative, maybe one that they use here at the lighthouse. And the vanilla tastes like, well, vanilla. The icing itself that is black does have a chocolate taste to it that is not too sharp. Everything about this pastry was completely considered, engineered, crafted so that this pastry would have no flaws of human design. They seem like they are perfect. Everything about the pastry is perfect. It doesn't even drop flakes from layers that have been crushed. They actually easily fold with the softness of the pastry.
That's a pretty beautiful looking pastry, actually.
I immediately grab 3 more and just hand them out, and I just go,
I know, I know a lot of people will say this just to be nice. Know that I say this exactly as I mean it. That was the perfect pastry. It was perfect.
It looks like Dr.
I will
Caramello's-
never have
Yeah.
another pastry that reaches this, save for getting more from you. And my breakfast routine now cannot have these. It's
So
impossible.
As you were beginning to talk, Dr. Carinella was walking away, and she pauses when you start to talk with her back turned to you. So you like the pastry?
Yes.
It was a pastry that you would say maybe changes the way that you think about pastries altogether.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Most people probably can't see it, but a small smile curls at the edges of her lips. No matter where you go, or who you talk to, what bake shop you sneak into, what late hours you hound a chef, pastry chef, of course. No matter how dedicated you are to finding the secret of that pastry, to having a pastry as good, one that even approaches being as good as that pastry, would be a foolish venture, detective. That pastry was crafted from years of experience. That pastry took consideration. That pastry uses techniques that have been lost to the known world, from civilizations that have collapsed and been found in the remains. That pastry is the most perfect pastry that has ever existed. She turns around. I'm just kidding. It was an old recipe that my mother passed down to me. She really liked to make these sometimes after we had been studying, and I used to think that it was just normal to have something that good, but it turns out she actually probably did make the perfect pastry, which I have actually spent quite some time trying to do myself. I still think that mine are a bit too, how do I say it? Well, I have to probably refine the type of vanilla that I use, but I'm pretty sure that she would be more than happy to hear what you think about her pastries. Anyway, you can always come back for more. I'm very glad that you like them. Believe it or not, even though they are quite good, some people around here just have a problem with eating pastries that anybody brings in because I guess they're all paranoid that they're going to be poisoned or something, or laced with some kind of mind control drug, or an enemy stand, or, I mean, could be anything. But no, they're just pastries. She just kind of motions towards them. I made those this morning before I came in. She looks around for a moment. Okay, well, I'm a therapist, not a comedian, so
No.
please.
Yeah, no. I guess we'll schedule those times then. Or
She just kind of shakes her head and goes back towards her small office in the therapy room, where she has gathered some papers and other things. But yes, the pastries are just, in fact, normal pastries. They are quite good, though. As for the rest of you and your time spent in the lighthouse, you wanted to visit Stone Sour.
Yes.
They'll eventually inform you that Stone Sour is currently undergoing what they call hygiene therapy.
Okay.
They're really not trying to explain much about that other than he most definitely has the practices of a teenager.
Okay.
That tracks.
And that combined with his physiology may be a problem, but they're working on it with him. They also seem to have issue with another person that has arrived, and they said that they could arrange for you to speak with them. Although the second person, someone of relation to Stone Sour, does not seem quite as chaotic.
Who is?
In a waiting room near the cell, I would say, of where Stone Sour is being kept, there is the only way to describe him is he looks like a very colorful man. Let's see if I have his token already. Pretty sure I do. Nope. The man in question has a pink heart on his cheek, gray hair, and his eyes are also quite colorful. With his arms folded, he is waiting in a small room outside of a cell that has a marker above it saying Stone Sour, use caution. Oh, there it is. He is also holding a lollipop that he seems to be quite fond of. He turns around in his seat to stare at you if you approach. Can I help you?
Greetings.
Yeah. Hello. Are you, you must be here because you're a friend or something. That would be right. He points at you and then puts a lollipop into his mouth and starts to talk again. I can always tell a friend when I see one.
Well, I think we are related to Stone Sour.
Oh, yeah. He stares at you. No, I don't see it. How are you related?
He said we're maybe distant kind of cousin or nieces, nephews.
He
something
informed
like
us to call him uncle.
that. Yeah.
He looks up. Let's see. I don't know anybody that really looks like you. Or you. So, who could it be? Pantera didn't get down here, did he?
Oh, this may help. And then she'll put on the biggest, toothiest smile.
You can see his fist immediately harden and enlarge as he raises it towards you. Oh! He rushes right up to you, like an inch away from your face, ready to pull back and explode with a punch.
She just stays very still with a smile. Yes, this is about the same reaction I have to my father.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, we're not bad like him. Sorry.
He shakes his fist.
Well, I mean, no, not sorry that we're good. Sorry that he's our dad.
He shakes his fist at all of you, and you can see that now that it's enlarged, it looks like it's candy coated. It's a very hard, glossy shell. Ooh. That was close. He backs up. I almost punched you. Sorry, that was a reaction.
It's kind of the reaction we have towards our dear father down below.
So I guess that does make you like cousins or nephews. I see now why Stone Sour would say that. Although it's a bad side of the family. I mean, you're probably not bad because you look like friends. But your dad's very bad. So you probably shouldn't do what he says. He sticks
Oh,
the
trust me,
lollipop
we
back
know.
in his mouth.
Yeah, I've heard this voice a few times. I don't. I ignore it.
Oh, okay. Good. Because if you were bad, he shows his like giant candy fist again. I'd have to punch you. And I don't want to punch you guys. But I'll do it. But I don't want to. But if I gotta, I'm gonna cry while I punch you. So please don't make me cry. Thank you. He nods his head.
Yeah,
He kind of
you got
steps
it.
back.
You. Oh, I don't think we got your name. Mikey De La Cruz. Said he
Goes like hold a hand out.
My name is Tyson. He catches your hand with his hand. Maggie, you probably can feel his hand feels like it's basically
It's
stoned.
candy. I was gonna say, yeah,
Well,
is it stone but also candy?
Yeah, you can sort of.
Because I'm also a very sticky person. I understand.
Well, that's the thing, actually. His hand is made out of like sugar. It feels like you can just tell from tactile kind of like receptors, but he is not actually sticky. It feels pretty smooth, like almost like it's powdered. Because
Yeah.
candy coating, powder candy coating. But he does shake your hand. He has an extremely firm grip, and you probably can't tell he's immensely strong. But he doesn't do the jerk thing where he tries to crush your hand. Instead, if anything, he's a little too gentle because he feels like he's gonna
The
hurt
painting
you.
hand.
Yeah, he's
with
got a
two
very
fingers.
yeah, very dainty with you, as if you were a very old person.
And then, this is Claudia, and this is Dr. Icepeak. Tyson, what are you doing here?
Oh, I came here because Stone Sour said he was coming here, and then he got arrested. So I found out he was here, and then I came here, and I said I want to get Stone Sour out, and then I found out Plotter was here, and I said, "Oh, I know you," and so he said, "I know you," and so they said that if Stone Sour was good, they would let him out, no problem. So I said that I should come here and wait for Stone Sour to get out, and also make sure Stone Sour doesn't explode everything, because we're not supposed to do that. So it's a pretty simple story, I guess. Not really a whole lot of really intricate detail. Um, I'm just a guy. He puts the lollipop back into his mouth.
Hey, you wouldn't be able to fly around in space by any chance, would you?
Probably. Yeah. Why?
I think you could help us find something.
Hope you find something in space, like an alien, because we beat them all up.
Do you know what a satellite is?
I'm not dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for one.
Well, there's a lot of satellites. You gotta narrow it down. There's one in particular you need.
Yeah, it's the one with the guy that's screaming inside.
Oh. Is he there like on purpose, or did he make a mistake? Or...
Not sure. That's partially why we want to get him out.
Oh, like a rescue mission.
Yes, exactly like a rescue mission.
Huh. So if I do it, I'll be like a superhero?
Yes?
You just need me to fly up there, go get the man, bring him back to you, and then we reunite him with his family and his dog.
Yes.
Okay.
He he may be a stand user.
Oh, like what kind of stand?
We don't know.
Like a fighting stand?
Don't know.
Is it a gun?
I hope not. Be a little weird for what we think he might be being used for.
Hmm. Okay. So it sounds pretty dangerous, but that's okay because I'm super brave, actually, and I don't have a problem with that sort of thing. I think I can do this. All you have to do is point me to where he is.
Oh, that we're not sure. We just know he's in space outside of Earth somewhere.
Oh, so you don't know where he is. You don't know how big the satellite is or
I
anything
mean,
like that.
it's got to be big enough for a person.
There's a lot of satellites that are big enough for a person, buddy. No offense, but that'd take a while to find. They're always circling around the world and further beyond in different levels of orbit. And on top of that, some of them actually have, you know, like coatings to make them difficult to see, which maybe isn't a problem for me because I've got, he points at his own eyes, super cool eyes. But still, it might be hard to find. Like, it could take months or even years, depending on how fast it's going and, all that sort of thing. I mean, I don't know if you ever tried to capture a satellite, but it ain't easy. I mean, it's not too hard, but it's not super easy. Like, it's not something a baby could do. You know what I mean? Like a baby, it would probably, by the time the
Yeah.
baby found it, they'd be an adult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't send a baby to space.
Buddy, I don't like your tone. He points at you, Mikey.
What? I just said I wouldn't send a baby into space. What?
I
Who
know.
sends babies into space?
It's just the way that you said it. It made me think that maybe there's an off chance you might send a baby to space.
No, I definitely wouldn't. If anything,
Hey, you know what? I wouldn't either. So, but that's why I don't talk about how I don't send babies to space. Nobody who actually wouldn't send a baby to space would feel the need to say that they don't send babies to space. But you, for some reason, feel like you have to tell me that you wouldn't send a baby to space. I know you wouldn't send a baby to space. Most people wouldn't send a baby to space. So why are you so defensive about sending babies? Have you sent a baby into space, man?
No.
Okay. Because that's not cool. They have a real hard time getting back,
I would imagine, yeah.
Puts the lollipop back in his mouth, but he's staring at you now with suspicion. Something about that guy. Well, anyway, I'm just waiting out here. If you guys are here to keep me company, that's cool. I don't know how to play too many card games. I just know a few, like Uno and Blackjack. But, poker, I don't know how to play that. Pinochle or Walla Walla Bamboo. I don't know how to play that one either. 50 Mile High, Cards in the Sky, don't know how to play that one. What else do I know how to play? Let's see. Eggs and Bacon, I don't know how to play. Or Space Eggs and Bacon either. No, I don't know how to play that one.
Would it be easier to tell us what you do know how to play?
Nah, I mean, yeah. Nah, well, yeah, I know how to play Blackjack, and I know how to play Uno, and I know how to play Solitaire, but supposedly if you just switch the cards around, like that's cheating. I don't know how you could cheat in a game you play by yourself, so I guess I just don't play it because I don't want to be tempted to cheat. It's better to just remove the opportunity to be evil. You know what I mean? So I just stay away from Solitaire. It's a personal thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure. Hey, Tyson. I'm liking the idea of maybe stick around with us.
Stick around with you? What, like I'm your pet or something?
No, we can teach you some more card games.
Well, I guess if it's cool here, Stone Sour ain't going anywhere because he's all locked up. So, I mean, I guess I could.
We have been given permission to visit him if you'd like to come in with us.
I don't know. He's probably gonna yell at me or something.
I'm sure he will yell at all of us.
Yeah,
Repeatedly.
maybe. But hey, he points at you, Mikey. You better not try to kidnap him or nothing.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
He's not a baby, so he wouldn't.
That's not. I don't.
That's
No one
supposed
takes
to
any
mean.
babies. If anything, I did the opposite. I liberated a bunch of stolen babies.
Liberated them into space, I bet.
No, from making drugs.
Oh, drug babies. Dang.
And ghost babies.
Yeah, the ghost babies.
You got ghost babies and drug babies? What the hell is going on in this world? This is scary. I mean, I'm not scared, but it's scary. The situation I mean.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Yeah, maybe the world does need someone like me around. Jeez. Oh. But I got stuff I gotta do back home, too. He starts scratching his candy hair. Which now you can see that he's parting it. Looks like a strange textural combination of bubblegum and cotton candy.
Wait,
I can't... Yeah?
where is home?
Oh, the moon.
How long ago did you... Is it still around?
The moon? Yeah. Of course it is. Where is it gonna go? Is it gonna leave? Is somebody gonna steal the moon? Is that what you guys are here for? Are they gonna steal the moon? Because like that's what those gray alien bastards try to do. They try to steal the moon. I said no way, green alien bastards, and I gave him the 1-2 uppercut. I punched him and I grabbed one, put him in a headlock with his giant alien head. Which, by the way, apparently I'm not supposed to call them nerds. But he was a little bit of a nerd because when I got him in the headlock, he started using his weak little alien arms. Go, I said, knock it off, you nerd. And then they yelled at me because they said I was mean.
No, that we've been told that the moon has been cut off, and we know of people that have been trying to get back to the moon.
Oh.
Boy, I have a lot of questions for you.
Oh, that's okay. I got a lot of answers because if there's one thing I love, it's teaching people.
No. Enya has a whole house of people that need teaching.
Okay, I can teach basic level reading, arithmetic, up to pre-algebra. Because after that, numbers start to get weird. And I can also teach some things about social studies and some geography, a little bit of science, and I know some chemistry, and I know a couple words in Spanish, like frijoles.
Have you met any merchildren yet?
What did you ask him?
Have you met any merchildren yet?
Oh, her children. Merchildren. What the heck is a merchildren?
It is a child of a merman.
Babies.
Oh, babies. Like babies.
Of us.
Oh, you guys are mermen?
Yep.
Where's your tails and stuff?
I pull out an entire eel out of my neck.
Oh, that's gross. That's not like the movie with the lady with the red hair. Oh no. I don't like that. Personally, I'm not a fan. What about like clamshell bikinis and stuff and like talking
What?
lobster?
That's offensive.
Well, it's from the movie. What do you mean offensive? I'm not offensive. I didn't say nothing bad. I was just because the lady in the movie, she's got the bikini, and she's got the lobster, and the lobster's, he's got a funny accent, and then he says under the sea. and that's a mermaid. You guys ain't mermaids. You're just like, you know, monsters or something. That's scary what she did. He points at Ice Cream. That's just scary. That's real. I'm not scared, but that's scary.
She just wiggles the eel, little nods, and then sticks it back into her baby neck.
Ooh, that really is something Avicii would do.
Oh, that's a fictional story. We're real.
What do you mean, fictional?
Oh my god.
Do you think that movie is real?
Well, yeah, it's a real story.
Tyson, I think there's a lot we can maybe teach each other.
I doubt it. I'm pretty smart. Solid pop back into his mouth.
Well, I know exactly one mer child that would love to meet you.
Do you really? And if I find this mer child, and then they say that they love to meet me, are they gonna say, Tyson, you're now this kid's dad, and am I gonna have to then raise the child?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I simply know that he loves candy.
Oh, he's a pretty good kid. But just so we're clear, he points at you. I speak. I'm not getting a job to raise a child. No way, no how, not ever. I'd rather play video games.
I'm sure so would he.
Cool. In that case, I will meet this boy. But candy is my thing. So if he tries to steal my candy, then I may have to, well, I can't beat up a kid. But I will tell him that he's not being very good.
That sounds like something he would need.
Well then, it sounds like we have it all set up, and I will go to space, I will meet the boy, I will fight Avicii. He starts to narrow his eyes. Oh man, I got confused. Wait a second. I gotta go to the moon, I gotta find the boy, I gotta fly to your house.
How about you focus on one at a time and then visit us again? Just choose one.
Okay. Well, how about I fly to your house. I fly your house to the moon. The boy will be there. I'll bring the boy back to Earth. And then I find the satellite. And I bring the satellite to the boy. And then the boy... no, I got confused again.
How about you simply find the satellite and we will reconvene?
Like I said, that could take a while. But maybe I could work on something like that.
I believe Mikey has seen it before.
Oh, that guy? Points at Mikey with like... there's a tinge of suspicion as he looks at you, Mikey.
Yes.
Huh. You saying that guy's got, what, pretty good eyes or something?
Best in the biz.
Does that mean he can look through windows and stuff and see ladies changing?
Nope. I wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't do it, but could you?
No.
Why?
Because it's not right to do.
I know it's not right to do. But you maybe... He stares at you, Mikey. I don't know about you. Something about him, man.
I don't know. And he's like, because he's like fully zipped up in the big fleece jacket from the Dr. Bentley. Like, he's like, what is it about? Is it the jacket?
Something about you, man. I don't know. It's like you got bad guy written all over you.
I don't know why. I feel like I'm the least threatening out of us.
Yeah, that's probably what you want us to think.
No, I feel like it actually is true.
Yeah, I bet you do. But I can see in you a cold-blooded killer. Yup. Real
I don't
bad
even
guy
see.
stuff.
Maybe you two should get like a drink and just talk this out. You know?
Oh, soda?
Yeah, like soda.
Okay. I don't really drink alcohol because the one time I did, I went crazy. So I'm not allowed to drink alcohol anymore. Soda's fine. If you try to give me a beer, man, I'm gonna go crazy. You wanna get beers? Let's go get some beers.
Hey, are you old enough to drink? I don't know what the drinking age on the moon is.
I'm older than you, man.
I-
You trying to call me a nerd?
No, I don't know how old you are.
Oh, he kind of like starts to count on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. More fingers begin to sprout out of his forearm. 11, 12.
Are they like candy, like gummy, or like a hard candy?
I'll say they're like candy striped. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Oh man, I lost count. Oh, jeez. Let me check my ID. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a silver card with black crystalline structure on it. That the language is actually kind of indecipherable. He starts to look it up. It does have his picture on it. He just looks it over. Let's see. How old am I today? I am. He brings it close to his face. I am 40 years old. He puts the card back into his wallet and then back into his back pocket. So I am old enough to drink.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine then.
Okay. He rubs his face for a moment. Do I look like a kid or something? It don't matter. What really matters is that we go get a beer. Come on. You and me right now, we go get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 2,000 beers. Talk it over. You and me. And then at high noon, we bring out our guns and go boom, 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 boom. That's a joke. I don't usually use a gun. Although, he pulls a candy gun out from like thin air almost. It just materializes out of the material. It's just the goop of his hand. I could use a gun. Fires Smarties. And then pulls the trigger. It does in fact shoot out one Smartie. It's just a disc, a sugary, powdery disc that flies out. It only goes like a foot away from him. Then the gun begins to melt back into his hand. It's just candy. It can't hurt nobody. Yeah, you're supposed to laugh. I noticed nobody here is really in the mood for jovial laughter or good times. Maybe you guys need more candy around here.
You know, I did just have an amazing pastry. I think there might be some more. I can go back and...
Mikey just starts heading back there. He doesn't need an excuse to go get more of those.
Tyson looks confused as he leaves. Pastry. Weird. Maybe it'd be good. Could I be a pastry? He seems to really think about it. Donuts candy? No. The bread.
Tiny Eyes fake nodding along as if she understood any of this.
It can't be bread. It can't be candy. But some bread's sweet. I gotta figure that out.
Most carbohydrates break down generally into sugar.
Yeah, whatever. That is a true thing that you said. True. And you used a lot of words and syllables to say it. Also true.
Yes, I can also read.
Oh. Good, because I was worried that I would have to teach some of you guys how to read. But...
I am in a toddler form, so she's just kindly informing him.
Yeah, come back with more pastries
Okay, then
and hand one to Tyson.
Tyson will take the pastry, take a bite out of it. You notice that his teeth are perfect. They are sparkling white, actually, almost too white, as are many of his features, actually. He looks like he's a sculpted human being, really. Like, the man is, like, pretty flawless, I would say, and the colors on him are also, I would say, unnatural in how much they flow and the gradients of it. Although his top, which is just the tightest thing you've ever seen in your life, barely kind of like budges as he takes a bite, and it doesn't even seem like he breathes very much. Still, he does take a bite out of this pastry. Could use some more sugar.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like there's all that bread stuff in the way, but it could just be sugar. And then
Right.
And then coat it with sugar, and then caramel, and then more sugar, and a glaze, and then put some bubble gum in the middle, and candy coating on the outside, and a shell, chocolate if you want, and then maybe coconut, sugary coconut. Nah, coconut just gets in the way. Probably just sprinkle the chocolate sprinkles, rainbow sprinkles on top of the chocolate sprinkles. All right, I'm going to space. See you later.
Oh, did you not wish to meet your... What was he to you?
Oh. All right, yeah. Well, he's like my brother, pretty much, sort of. He's like a chosen brother, or like a brother, like in the honorable sense, like, you know, from a soldier's perspective. Like a war, like we went to war, like he's a war brother. We're from a band of brothers. We're all together in the brotherhood from the wars and from the battles against the aliens and against the ELO and against the vampires and against, I think the one guy he's a werewolf, but he says he's not a werewolf, and he yells at me when I call him a werewolf, even though he's a werewolf, and he wears glasses, and he's a werewolf.
Oh, I've met that Jason?
Oh yeah, I hear that guy is real scary. I mean, I feel like it goes without saying that I'm pretty brave, so I'm not scared of him. I'll punch him in his teeth, but he's a scary guy because he just walks around in the dark with his sunglasses on, saying weird shit at people, and then he bites out of them with his fucking eye mouth. So he pauses for a moment. And then he takes a penny out of his pocket and hands it to you. I speak.
Okay.
Sorry, I swore.
Icy does, in fact, crack up a little. Yes. Thank you. I will just pocket the penny. It's a moon penny. I'm keeping that. I pocket it.
Well, anyway, yeah, he's a bad guy. I guess you met him. You probably met a few people. Is there anybody else you met that maybe was from the moon so I can go take care of him?
Quite a few.
Okay. So, are they good people or bad people? Because that kind of matters.
They mostly seem good, but a little bit not so great in their mind right now.
I see. That sounds like a problem. Luckily for you, I am someone who can solve problems. Because I am, in fact, Tyson's strongest. Of the strongest family. The strongest bloodline. We are a people that has a great amount of strength. So, basically, I'm here to save the day. And you're welcome. And I don't know you, but I love you. Puts the lollipop back in his mouth. For now, anyway.
I am flattered.
He looks confused. Why?
What do you mean? Most people do not say they. Well, I guess we are family.
Yeah. Oh, because people don't say that they love you enough. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
He looks a little hurt himself. I know how that is. He stares as he's like just thinking about just about the emotional state of his own inner life. There is a loud sound, I think, of something happening on the other side of the cell door where Stone Sour is being kept, and some emergency sirens going off.
It seems like we should go say hi.
Oh, that's not good.
I make my way into the door, if it lets me.
Yeah, it looks like there are some emergency steel doors slamming down in front of the cell where Stone Sour is being kept. But eventually, a red hot mark appears as he shoves his head through the last barrier. And pretty much with a face covered in molten slag, he, with the very, very like bared teeth, screams, Tyson, you idiot! What are you doing here? Ah! He looks like the most angry you've ever seen him.
Hello, Uncle.
That is where we have to hit the cutoff here because I noticed what time it is. So we'll have to get to
Just
it.
like
Next time.
starting to melt the floor and everything.
But that is, that's the session. You have encountered Tyson's strongest, fellow Starman, and 40-year-old man-child. Seems that the Star Children didn't really get much more mature after you guys.
I mean, they live
off.
functionally forever, so give them some time.
Yeah.
It's only been 40
You
years.
said they're teenagers.
I mean, you saw how Pantera was. That dude has no excuse.
Not that age. No.
No, he has no excuse.
Also, Santa Gold.
They
Yeah.
also are
He's just somewhere on the island, I think, wrestling.
wrestling.
Oh, you have to tell Tyson about that. He'll take care of that fucking problem.